Let me start the recordings. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. All right, Manoj, started. So we
yeah,
can start the session.
yeah. Thanks,
Thank you.
Iraj, for starting the recording. Okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Manoj. I will be on mute. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
If I'm aware, if you're having any issues, you just call me, Manoj. I'll be on my phone. Thank you.
Okay, okay, Iraj. Thanks, Iraj. Yeah. Excuse me, guys. So, guys, today what we are going to see is like we are going to understand a little bit on the P2P side, and we are also going to see some P2P specific configuration. Now, I think most of you are from SAP background, so you will be understanding that is in SAP we can do different tax calculation over there, but to fully automate the process, generally it's a very huge and what you can say like headache kind of configuration which you not only have to do but also you have to involve the FI guy over there. Okay, but in SAP Ariba you will see these particular features are very much easy, and the thing is like you just have to know about the different tax component and tax code and tax type which is present over there. If you know this thing, if you know the requirement of the client, you can very easily set up the tax configuration over there. You don't need to go to the FI people and say that come sit with me, okay, and do the configuration. That's the first thing. And second thing is like, excuse me, whenever we are talking about tax calculation in SAP Ariba side, there's two things. There's basically three things. The first one is like very few client will say, I want to give tax manually. Okay. So in that scenario, you don't have to automate the tax. Second type of client will say, I want both the manual as well as automated. Now this is a little bit tricky. Why? Because your configuration has to be changed over here. That means what will happen, you will do the automation over there, you will put some tax by default over there, but you will also give option to different buyers, okay, to do what, to basically the selection of tax but only from a predefined set of values. And the third one is totally automated. Now in over here in this particular scenario what will happen is like tax column will get automatically pre-filled, automatically the calculation will be done, and the buyer won't be able to change this particular tax. Okay, now there will be some exceptional case I will be talking with you, because you need to have some admin roles. If you're having admin roles also, you can change the tax code even though it will be barred by the system, but still you can change it. Also we are all going to discuss that, but before that you need to understand there are different business scenarios within the PR. Now when you are going to create a PR, you have to determine that whether this PR is from an internal catalog or whether this PR is generated from a contract catalog, or whether this PR is basically an integrated PR. Why? Because see, this is not important for today's session, but remember this particular thing you have to know it. Why? Because this will be important for our next week session, that is integration. So when we will go to the integration scenario and we will discuss the different scenarios over there, we should know definitely that what are the different things, what are the different scenarios, and how your different scenario will work over there. Okay, so we are going to see all those things today. So first of all, guys, please be focused on this thing, or put a little bit of concentration on this part. And remember, if you as a end user wants to create a PR, what particular role you should have? Any guess, guys? Why? Because if you don't know the role and if you start testing the process, it will not work ever. Any guess, guys? Yeah, correct. Remember, purchasing user. I'm not talking from an admin point of view. I'm talking from a normal user point of view. Purchasing user. Okay. You have to give this particular role. Then only this user can create a PR. So once you are having that particular role with you, what you are going to do? You are going to click on the create and you are going to click on the requisition. But I will suggest against it. Why? Because this is the mistake which is generally done by most of the Ariba consultant. Why? Because they will always say to their client that you can create a requisition by just clicking on this create and then clicking on the requisition. I will suggest don't use this thing. Use what thing then? Click on more, go to catalogs. Because ultimately from the create requisition, you're also going to come to the catalog section and nothing else. Okay. So that is why never ever tell your client that click on create and then go on requisition. Why? Because ultimately it will open up your catalogs. Now the next query which you should ask me is like, Manoj, then why? Ultimately we are coming into this particular screen only. Then why you are saying we will follow this particular path? Now the thing is like over here, guys, always remember, if you are following this particular path, what will happen? This data will be prefetched over here when you are using the catalog section over here. That means what will happen? Your Ariba performance for the system will be much better. If you click on create and then you go into requisition, what will happen over there? There, all the data will be loaded over here. Now let's say if 30 or 40 users at the same time is using that particular option and loading all their catalogs data, and you are having huge catalogs data within your system, what will happen? The system will obviously become very slow. So to avoid that only, what we suggest to all of our client is like go to catalog section, over there search for your catalog item, and then from there add your catalog items to the PR screen. Very easy. Okay, keep this in, keep this thing in mind, guys. Now we are not going to create one PR, but we are going to create multiple PRs over here to make you understand that what are the difference between a normal catalog PR and that means internal catalog, and then the contract catalog, and then the non-catalog. Okay, so first of all we are going to just take a simple PR over here, that means internal catalog PR. I will type in my requirement over here. Then what I will do, let's say this is the particular item which I want to add, and I want to add 10 quantity. So I will put 10 quantity over here. I will click on add to cart. Once I click on add to cart, see two things is coming: review card and proceed to checkout. Now what do you mean by review card? Review card, that means you have added 10 quantity. Now let's say you want to change to 5 quantity. So if you want to do it, you can click on review card. In the review card you can say no, I don't want 10 quantity, I want only 6 quantity, and click on update total. Now everything will come properly. Okay, now what you can do is like you can click on them and you can click to proceed to checkout. Now once you click on proceed to checkout over here, this is basically your PR screen, purchase requisition screen. Okay, so this is how you can come and create a purchase requisition over here. Okay, now a few queries or few points I want to put over here, and those particular points are over here, guys. I think you can see over here create sourcing request on the top, almost at the right hand side, top right hand side. You can see create sourcing request. Can any of you take a guess why it is present over here? Although we are in downstream, right? Right now we are in downstream. We are creating a PR, purchase request. Why sourcing request is present? Any guess, guys, or any views you are having on this part? Okay, let me ask about a term. Let me ask about a term, and just tell me, guys, whether you have heard it about it or not. One-time procurement. Have you heard this particular term? Okay. Yeah, so I am getting some yes answer and also I am getting some no answer. Okay, just let me explain on this part over here. So when I am talking about one-time procurement over here, always remember one thing, guys. One-time procurement, what's the difference between one-time procurement and full-time procurement? See, the H2P process which I have told about you and I'm showing over there, this is not a one-time procurement. Why? Because ultimately you will find your source of supply in where? In your sourcing. Then you will create a contract. That contract will move from upstream to downstream through contract compliance. Excuse me, guys. Now it's pretty easy, but that particular contract will be used mandate, many times in your downstream part. Many times, many times. So then what will happen? So it is not a one-time process, it's a many-time process. So you're going to use it over there. And that is the normal process which runs for most of the client. Now some clients do allow exceptional things. Exceptional things means what? Exceptional thing means one-time process, procurement process. Now one-time procurement process means what? Let's say you have some urgent requirement or maybe you're planning to do some requirement, it is not urgent, but you will only need it one time. Just like some of your employees who has won a what you can say best employee awards, for them you're going to replace their laptop. That means the old laptop which they're having, you are going to replace them with you know ipad laptops, apple laptops. So what are you going to do? Or basically macbook, sorry, not apple pad, macbook over there. You're going to just replace them. So what you're going to do, this only one time process, right? This is not your company specific process over there. So you don't know who is the supplier. You don't know who is the supplier. So remember, first of all, in that case only you're going to click on create sourcing request. That's the first thing. Second thing, please write this down. Although SAP Ariba is giving you the option to find out the sourcing request over there, that means source of supply over here. But remember, this is not valid for internal catalog as well as for contract catalogs. Any guess why? Any guess, guys, why it is not valid? Because, guys, the source of supply already exists within the Ariba downstream. So you should be very, very careful when this create sourcing request has to be used. This particular process has to be used only in case of non-catalog item. Non-catalog item means what? That means you don't know who is the base supplier. You're manually going to add a supplier. So in that case, you will be using the create sourcing request. Remember about it. Always keep this thing in mind. The next question is, I think we now understand when we will use create sourcing request from the PR screen. Well and good. The next query or the next question which I'm going to ask you is like, why sourcing request? Why not sourcing project, guys? But before that, guys, do you know what is a sourcing request? Any of you? Or have you heard the term sourcing request? Why? Because we have only seen sourcing project. Any views, guys? Correct. Correct. That means, correct, guys. Yeah. So remember this thing. Sourcing request is generally the, what you can say, predecessor uh, of your sourcing project. Now, why it is so? Because remember, sourcing request can be raised by anybody. Why? Because sourcing agent role will be there present within everybody's role. But in big companies, why? Because if we think over here, hey Manoj, you are only the guy who is doing the sourcing, you're only the guy who is doing the PR, who is only the guy doing the contracting, then there is no issue. But in big companies, what will happen is like there will be segregation of work. Upstream will be there with some other user, downstream will be there with some other end user. Only the administrator will have both the upstream and downstream access. So always remember about it. So in real life scenario, when you will go and implement it in any project, mostly you will see the guy who is working in PR, PO and all those stuff, GR, that guy will not have access to sourcing project at all. So what SAP Ariba is saying, okay, you don't have access, no issues. You will have a very small role, junior sourcing agent role. Okay. So through that particular role, junior sourcing agent role, what you can do, it's pretty easy. You can request a sourcing, you can create a sourcing request. That means it's an intermediate document. This document or transactional document cannot be published as RFP or RFQ. Keep this thing in mind, guys. That's the main difference. So what will happen? A intermediate document will get created, and this document will be going to whom? To basically the sourcing administrator. The sourcing administrator will look at the sourcing request and create a sourcing project. Now, once the sourcing project has been created, now the guy basically who has created this PR and who has raised this sourcing request, that guy only is going to work with the sourcing project. So that's the meaning of sourcing request. So always remember, sourcing request whenever you are going to use, you're going to use in this scenario. That's the first thing. Second thing, roles are segregated in most of the client. So you cannot give the sourcing, contracting and PR role to a single person if that person is not an administrator. An administrator will never work as a full-time end user. They will be looking after the errors, they will be looking after the issues, but they won't be creating end user documents over there. So that is why Ariba has given you the option which is called a sourcing request. Okay, so that's the difference between sourcing request and sourcing project. The sourcing request is a transactional document, intermediate transactional document. Once you create it, it will go to the sourcing administrator. Sourcing administrator will see all the information in the sourcing request, and from that transactional document, it will create a sourcing project. Now, once sourcing project has been created, what it will do, then it will go with the normal process. No, Prem. Actually, category team people is a very different thing. Category team people basically they are your commodity code managers and all those stuff. They won't be having this particular access. This will be done by whom? This will be done by your sourcing administrator. Okay, The commodity manager generally what they do is like they will generally load your master data kind of thing. They will map your master data and all those stuff. Okay, and they will be also be doing some PRs and all those things, POs, but they will never be administrator in upstream side. Yeah, so you can say like sourcing request is the intermediate transactional document where it will contain all the information, but after looking at the sourcing request by a sourcing administrator, it can be converted into a sourcing project. And once it is created, then it will go ahead with its own process. So that is basically you're creating an intermediate document, even though you're not having a role, and it is going to the sourcing administrator for basically checking of all the facts, and then the sourcing administrator will create a sourcing project. Okay, so always remember two things. Sourcing request will be always be created in this scenario. It will never get created. Another scenario is like one client I have seen over there. That particular client was a little bit, what you can say, uh, off the line, or basically their processes are very different. What they were saying is like, hey Manoj, I have a team over there sitting, some 15 to 20 people who will only create sourcing project. Then I said to them that, okay, that means you are saying sourcing administrator. He said yes. Then he said, like, I don't want my normal end user to ever create a sourcing project. Generally, in all the projects you will go, you will see normal end user only will create a sourcing project. In Ariba upstream part at least. I'm not talking about downstream part. So there, what the client told that I don't want to give this end user to create a sourcing project rule directly. Only administrator, these 15 to 20 people who are working over there, they can create sourcing project. So in that scenario, what we have to do, we had to do the configuration basically to make sure that the sourcing request can only be created by whom? Basically the normal end user. And then all the sourcing requests will go to this 15 to 20 sourcing administrator. They will create a sourcing project out of the sourcing request. Now, once it has been created, then again it will go back to the end user. The end user will be doing out the rest of the activities, that is publishing of sourcing project and all those stuff. Okay, so that is how things work. But we are not talking about only upstream over here. We are talking about one-time procurement process. So always remember, when you're talking about one-time procurement process, first of all, it has to be non-catalog item. Remember, that is the first mandatory thing. And the second thing is like in that particular scenario only, you're going to use create sourcing request. Once you click on the create sourcing request, what will happen? All of your information from the PR will go to the sourcing request. Then the sourcing request will go to whom? To the sourcing administrator. Sourcing administrator would then create a sourcing project out of it. Then what will happen? Sourcing project will be done by the end user. Now, yeah, correct, Prem. It is a non-catalog request. Now, tell me one thing, guys. You have done the awarding. At the time of awarding, what we have generally chosen, we have chosen contract, right? We've seen the process. Now, tell me one thing. What will be the end point? That means, like, what would be the follow-on document for this particular sourcing project? You cannot say contract. It has to be something else. Any views on that particular thing, guys? Okay, guys. Actually, I'm seeing only one reply. So, just take a guess over here. Yeah. Correct. Correct. Very, very correct, guys. Remember, in that case, a PO will get created over here. Why? Nothing else apart from that. because the PO will then go to the supplier and supplier will just do what? Do the confirmation, and buyer will do the GR, then invoice will be raised and payment will be done. Plain and simple. So that is the general process which we follow in our non-catalog items. Now, non-catalog items also there is two branching of the process. One is without sourcing request, another is without sourcing request. So we are going to see when we will see going to create a PR over there. Remember, within the PR, we can easily determine which is a sourcing request one, which is not a sourcing request one. But remember, in most of the scenario, sourcing request one is generally done until unless it is very urgent. But generally, one time procurement process which is very urgent, it will never happen in real life. It will never happen in real life. So that is why most of the time, 99.9% of the time, whenever you are preparing a non-catalog item, you will use the create sourcing request, and that is the process which will go through. And remember one thing, guys, this is a very small thing, but this is very important. This particular process is non-integrated. Non-integrated with respect to what? This particular process is not integrated with your ECC or S4 HANA system. Be very clear on this part. Okay, because as a Ariba functional consultant, we should understand which of the different processes are integrated with ECC or S4 HANA, which of the process cannot be integrated. This is one of the process which cannot be integrated. Okay, so keep in mind. Now, since we were discussing about the catalog item, that means internal catalog item, let's discuss about a little bit more. Why? Because there are some extra features which generally adds a lot of value over there. Although it's a standard feature which is present over here, but all of you should understand and know about that particular thing. So here I can say test PR catalog item. Okay, very good. Now you can see purchasing unit coming over here, guys. So can any of you take a guess from where this purchasing unit is coming? Correct, correct. Very correct, guys. From the user profile, from my user profile, it is coming over here. Okay. So as I said previously, that there will be some attributes and all those stuff in your user attribute, which is required mandatorily for downstream part. Okay. So keep this thing in your mind. Next thing is on behalf of. So I think we discussed a little bit part on this thing, I think in previous session, right? In our, what you can say, in our workflow configuration scenario. Okay. So what is the concept of on behalf? Can any of you, recall it back, guys? Excuse me. Yeah, yeah, correct, guys. So basically, you can say the meaning of on behalf of is like it is just by replacing the owner you are doing, but you're doing it in a separate way. What do you mean by a separate way? The separate way means that, first of all, Like let's say I am present over here, or Eraj is going for a vacation. So I will create this PR on behalf of Eraj. So what I will do in here, I will select not my ID but Eraj ID. Now think of this particular ID which is visible over here is nothing but Eraj's ID. Now what's the difference? Because many user will say, or many, what you can say, uh, uh, consultant will say that basically we are creating it on behalf of our friend. So what's the difference? I can also come over here, I can create my own PR. But in that scenario, what will happen is like my ID will become the owner as well as preparer. But we don't want to do that. Why? Because Iraj will come back, let's say after 2 days, and he will be doing the GR and all those stuff over there. So in that scenario, what will happen? Again, I have to change the owner. This will lead to another process. But if we use the on behalf of over here, what will happen? Even though I am creating it from my ID will become the preparer of the PR. And this particular ID will become what? The requester of the PR. That means ultimately, who is the requester? Eraj. I am what? I am just a preparer. Now, if we add this particular thing, guys, what change will we will see in our approval workflow? Any guess? Ah, correct, correct, guys. Okay, that's good. That's good, guys. I think you are able to remember this thing. It's a very good thing. So, if you remember the first level, what we put over there, if requester is not equal to preparer, that was the first condition. So, always remember this thing. So, whenever this on behalf of will be different from your user ID over there, what will happen? This condition will be satisfied. But if your ID is present within the on behalf of, that means what? That means you are the requester, you are the preparer over there. So what will happen? It's a, you're not using on behalf of over there. So this level one will never get triggered. But if the user ID through which this PR is getting created and on behalf of user ID is different, what will happen? That condition, if requested is not equal to preparer, will get triggered. So level one over there will be going to whom? It will be going to this particular guy, or in our case it will go to Eraj. Eraj needs to approve this particular PR. Why? Because from a system perspective, system does not know that Eraj has told Manoj to create a PR on behalf of him, right? So how will the system trust it? So it will send the level one approver as Eraj. So once Eraj approves, then system will know, okay, Eraj has only told Manoj to create a PR on his behalf. Okay, so that is why, remember, on behalf of, if you're going to do this, the next most effect in your process is one level extra approval will be there, and in that case Eraj has to approve, or basically the on behalf of user ID has to approve, and that would be a level one approval. That's the difference, nothing else. So this is also one of the most important question which generally happens, or which generally is done where? In your interview sections. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind. Now you can see, guys, over here, each team requisition, each team received is shown over there. What's the meaning of that thing? Now uh, let's say I am present, Tanmay is present, Venkatesh is present. We three are working over there in the same purchasing unit. Now I am going to vacation, then Venkatesh is going to vacation, only Tanmay is left. We have created 3 PRs each. So what will happen in that scenario? Tanmay can only change his own PR. Tanmay can only change, or basically create a GR against his PR. he cannot create against my id, means like the PR which has been created by me or the PR which has been created by Venkatesh. Why? Because of the role restriction. Why? Because he is not a purchasing administrator. So in that scenario, if you don't want to break the rule, but still if you want to give this option to all the users, what you will do, you will click on each team requisition and you will click on this checkbox. That means what will happen in that scenario, Tanmay would be able to edit the PR. Which PR? My PR as well as Venkatesh PR. Why? Because the each team requisition is checked over here. So if you check this particular thing, two condition will be checked in the back end. The first thing is like you should have the role purchasing user, which Tanmay is having by default. No issues on this part. And Tanmay's purchasing unit should be equal to that of Venkatesh purchasing unit as well as my purchasing unit. Then what will happen? Tanmay can edit any PR over there. So that's the meaning of each team requisition. So remember, generally you don't want to go to administrator. Why? Because your administrator will be already be working hard. So among your team only, if somebody is planning to go on a vacation, they can click on this particular thing and they can, by clicking on this particular option, what they are saying anybody can edit this PR on behalf of me, but from my purchasing unit only. That means from your colleague. Now let's say you're present in New Delhi. All of us is present in New Delhi over there. And then in that case, Tanmay can, edit my PR. Tanmay can edit Venkatesh PR. But let's say some user from Bombay is there. That particular user would never be able to edit the PR. Why? Because they are not present within the same purchasing unit. So always remember two checks. Purchasing user role has to be there and same purchasing unit, or basically the purchasing unit has to match. Then only you can edit any PR. Basically the PR where the each team equation has been ticked. Okay, same scenario will be done within each team received. So what do you mean by each team received over here? So if I click on this particular thing, then Tanmay can do a GR against my PR as well as Venkatesh PR also. So what is the logic behind it? Same way, two checks. The first check is Tanmay should have the role receiving agent, okay, and he should be present within our purchasing unit. Then only he can do a GR. GR is generally called as receiving over here in SAP Ariba against our PR. Remember, these things, guys, are very, very small things, but these are standard things. But what is the logic behind it? Very few people know. They will say directly in front of the client that if you're having purchasing, purchasing user role, and if you're having, you know, receiving agent role, just directly you can go and edit any PR. That will never work. Okay. So in the UAT time, at that particular time, this will be having some results. Okay, so always remember, not only role but purchasing unit will also come into the picture. Okay, yeah, guys, give me just 2-3 minutes over here. I'm getting a call over here. Just give me 2-3 minutes over here. Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, guys, are you able to hear me? Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Apologies, I got a urgent call over here. I have to take that call. Okay, no issue. Um, I think we were discussing about the eSTEM receipt. I think, guys, are you able to understand the eSTEM requisition and eSTEM receipt over here? What's the basic condition which will run in the background if you are, clicking on this particular option? Can you please confirm, guys? Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Now, delay purchase until, remember, this is one of the feature which I think none of you will actually encounter before if you have not worked in Ariba over here. Okay. So in this particular thing, always remember, I'm telling you about a certain scenario. Now, let's say you're working in Infosys, or you're working in Wipro, or you're working in Accenture, anywhere. We will have some project in the pipelines, right? We will have some project in the pipeline, and based on those project only, what we will do, based on those projects only, if it is coming, then only what we will do, we will take some, different desktop laptops. We have to give all those things to the, resources, that means the consultants, right? But if the project does not come, are you going to buy those resources? No. But if the project comes, after that you will raise a PR, then the approval process will be done. It will take a lot of time. You don't want to wait for that particular time. So generally, what is the scenario? You are going to create this particular PR at the time of pipelining of the project, when the project is in pipeline. And what you will do, let's say within 2 weeks, you will come to know whether this project is being awarded to your company or not. So in that case, what you will do, from 27th, you will go till 3rd. That's the first week. Second week is 10th. So you will put Saturday 10th August 2019 as the delay purchase until. Okay. Because at that particular time, you will know whether the project has come or not. So what it will do, it will do nothing. You will just fill up everything. You will click on submit the PR, and then the whole approval process will be done. But once the approval process has been done, PO will never get created. Why? Because PO will be delayed till Saturday 10th August. So let's say on 9th August, you will know whether the project has been won by you or not. If it has been won by you, you won't change anything in the PR. Next day on 10th August, automatically the PO will get created and it will be replicated into Ariba network. But if you don't win it, what you will do, you will come back to the PR, you will edit it and you will delete it. That means what? That depending upon something you're going to do your procurement, but you're not sure whether that particular thing or the project will come or not. So in that scenario, what you're going to do, you're going to use the delay purchase until. So delay purchase until, remember, if you do this particular thing, PO will not get created. Remember, if you ask many Ariba consultant, they will say PO will get created, but it will not be transmitted to Ariba network. It's crap. It's totally crap. It will never happen like that. The only thing is, like, till 10th August 2019, even if you complete the PR approval by Monday, the PO will not get created before Saturday, 10th August 2019. This is the meaning of delay purchase until. So if you're unsure about the procurement and you understand that the procurement process will get clear after 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks or maybe after 1 week, and you don't want to wait 3 or 4 days to get your PR approved, so in that scenario, you're going to use it. Okay. So always remember this thing. Okay. And for this particular thing, you don't need any, what you can say, uh, extra role or something like that. This is a standard feature. But remember, PO will not get created till this particular delay purchase until. That's the only thing. Everything will happen normally over here. Okay. Now next thing what you can see is like the company code. Again, this company code is coming from where? It is coming from my user profile. Okay. Always keep this thing in mind. Okay. Now, still, Ariba is giving you option to search more. Can you tell me guys why? I have one company code over here only assigned in my user attribute, but still Ariba is giving option for me to select another one. So what will happen if I select any other one? No, no, no. On behalf of, it is not coming on behalf of over here. So if I remove this particular thing and if I put my user ID over here, you still see this search mode option is coming. It is still coming over here. Why it is coming? Remember this thing guys, and keep this thing in your mind clearly. If you are able to select multiple company code, that means what? That means your user ID has been given permission to do what? To basically do cross organization buying. Lot of Ariba consultants don't know that cross organization buying is possible in SAP Ariba. Why? Because they will just look at the user attribute and they will say only one company code, only one purchasing organization, only one purchasing unit. So it cross organization buying is not possible. That is actually crap, guys. It is possible, but that particular thing I'm going to show you where in our next Saturday session, in the detail work session. So there I will be showing you that how the purchasing unit can be configured with the help of parent purchasing unit and child purchasing unit, and through that particular thing you can give a particular user multiple company code specific buying, multiple purchasing organization, multiple purchasing group specific buying. All these things you can give over there, but remember it is possible in SAP Ariba and we have also implemented it. Okay, so since my purchasing unit over here gives me access to 3 company codes, that is why Ariba is giving the option over here. Okay, keep this thing in your mind. Now once you have done this particular thing, no Prem, actually this is this is not a split accounting. Split accounting is a different thing over there, although almost you can say the same, what you can say, the same concept will be used over there, but over there rather than using company code or purchasing organization over there, what you're going to do is like you're going to use the cost centers or GLs over there. That I will also show in our next Saturday session over there, but the same thing can be done over here, same way as that of company code, purchasing organization, purchasing group. For cost center and GL also you can do the same thing. Okay, so in this way you can do it over here. Now the next thing, so remember, yes, it can be done over here, cross organization buying. And the next thing is like the implementation we are going to see where in our next Saturday session. Okay, next thing you can see over here, projects. What is the meaning of projects? Basically, many Ariba consultant think these projects means what? This project basically means like we can create a PR which is which is created with respect to project. Actually, it is not, guys. Same way in sourcing project also I talked about that you can create multiple PR, right? Sorry, multiple sourcing project, but ultimately the requirement is one. Now let's say your requirement is to build your second headquarter building. There you cannot just create a purchase equation saying, building, constructing a second headquarter building. What you will do, you will create multiple PRs. One PR would be for, the raw materials. Second PR would be for the service. Now within the service means like there will be one construction supplier who, or basically the construction vendor who will be constructing. Okay. The second one would be security vendors. Okay. The third one would be different transporters. The fourth one will be like the auditor, or basically the security guys who will be looking after all of these things. So in term of Ariba, with respect to Ariba, if you're asking what is the meaning of this particular PRs, Ariba will say they are different PRs. For me, they are different. But for your project team, or basically your end user, it's not actually different. All these four PRs are related to each other. So yes, how you can do this particular implementation, you can just click on create project over here and name it HQ2 building construction. Okay, in your first PR, and in the next three PRs you're just going to click on add to project, and within that you have to select the project HQ2 building construction. Then what will happen, then you're telling to Ariba that means all these four PR are linked with one project, and you can click on the project and you will be seeing that all these PRs are coming at the same time over here. So that is the meaning of projects and nothing else. Okay. Now all these particular thing like material specification, purpose, these things are basically custom fields which has been added over here and nothing else. Okay. Similarly, delivered to is coming over here from my user attribute. Okay, you can change this particular thing, it's not an issue, but you cannot leave it empty. Okay, so remember this is also coming from my user attribute over here. And the next one is need by date. I think all of you can understand what is the meaning of need by date over here. Okay, need by date means like you will be specifying to the buyers, basically to suppliers, that by this particular date I need these particular items. Okay, next things would be different items over there, it will be coming up over there. So if I click on item over here and I click on, just select this particular thing, line item, click on action, click on edit details, you'd be able to see all the information about the item over here. See the supplier part ID, quantity, um, price, okay, net amount, taxes is also automatically being coming. So we will be seeing in our session only how the taxes are being calculated and how it can come over here automatically. Okay, see the commodity code over here, vendor, okay, purchasing of all this particular thing is coming over there automatically. Then over here you will see the different accounting details. Now remember, accounting details is also coming from my user attribute. Okay, but still from here you can select multiple data based on what, based on one, that based on your user attributes over here. Okay, so always remember, if your purchasing unit is generally configured in such a way that it will allow you cross organization buying, so these options will come automatically over here, otherwise it will not come. Okay, I think the need by date has to be selected 2 weeks from now. Yeah, now click on OK. In this way what will happen is like you have created the PR, but I will suggest please remove this particular delay purchase until. Why? Because we will not be able to see the PO over here if we select this particular thing. And the second thing is like this is also one of the advantages of SAP Ariba, that as a end user you can see how the approval flow looks like. So you click on show approval flow, you'd be able to see how the approval flow is coming over here. See, only one level of approval flow is coming. Why? because as we have given different configuration over there, those configuration or those particular labels are not getting triggered due to what? Any guess, guys, why the other levels are not coming over here? Only one level is coming. Any guess on any views? Ah, correct. Because for each of these particular approval levels, what we have done, we have given conditions, right? So those conditions are not verified. That is why only one level of approval is coming. But why I wanted to show you this approval flow? Because as a end user, you can create ad hoc approval also. So let's say before this particular guy approves this particular PR, I want to add an ad hoc approver. So what I will do, I will click on this particular inverted triangle, and here I can put it like in add serial approval, add parallel approver over here. So what I will do, I can add the serial approver over here. Now once you're adding this particular thing, what you need to do here, here the approval ad hoc process is a little bit different. Why? Because here you will not use groups. Here you will use basically the user ID. Now, can any of you guys take a guess why user ID is used over here in ad hoc approval? But when we were configuring the approval workflow process, we were only adding the groups, basically the user groups. Why it is, guys? Any guess? Ah, correct. Because in configuration, we have to make sure that it is dynamic. When we will give a user group, then what will happen? System will automatically pick up the user ID over there. But since over here as an end user I am doing, I'm not always knowing what is the user groups. A normal end user will not know which is the particular user groups over there. So what they will do, they will know, okay, this is my supervisor, this is my another supervisor. So what I will do, I will add the supervisor user ID over here. So that is why in ad hoc approval, always remember one thing, this particular approver over here is basically the user ID and nothing else. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind, guys, and nothing else. Okay, next is always keep it approver. If you keep it as watcher, then this guy cannot approve your PR. Okay, and in the reason you can just say like ad hoc approver, click on OK. Now you will see two kinds of approval, two level of approval has been added. So yes, in SAP Ariba, you can also do the ad hoc approval from the user side. But remember, this particular feature cannot be configured in our approval workflow configuration. Okay, always keep this thing in mind. Now, once we have done this particular thing, what you are going to do, we are going to submit this PR. How we are going to submit? Just click on this particular submit. Okay, then click on view requisition. Now, once you click on view requisition, you will see the status is showing as submitted. After some time, what it will show? In approval. Now, guys, take a guess where we will do the approval. Where we will do the approval. Correct, guys. So why I have asked this particular query, so that all of you can understand that in upstream, where was we doing the approval? Within the transactional documents itself, right? That means in sourcing project only you were doing the approval, in contract only you were doing the approval within the transaction. But here, see, there is no place where you can do the approval. But you know what is the PR name, test PR catalog item. Now you will click on back and you will click on home. Once you click on home, what will happen next? You have to go to manage, click on manage, and then there is my to do. Click on my to do. Okay, approval type is coming. Select here basically the requisition and automatically see our PR is coming over here. Now, why I showed you this particular option? Because always remember, in downstream, within the transactional documents, you cannot do what? You cannot do the approval. You have to do the approval always in my to-do list. It does not matter whether it's for PR, PO, invoice, for anything. You have to come to my to-do and you have to choose the approval type. If it is a requisition, that means PR. If it is invoice, that means it's for invoice. Like this, you have to choose it. And then what you have to do, see, this particular PR is coming in an interactive format. That means you click on this particular PR. Now this particular screen will open over here. What it is showing? It is showing the different information which is required for the approver to approve the PR. You can see the PR number, what are the different line items which have been added, what is the price, what is the quantity, and what are all those things. And apart from this thing, who are the next approver? Okay. Next, let's say I will click on approve. Here I will say PR approved. Click on OK. Now what will happen once you click on to go on to home over there and you click on this particular PR, you will see still in approval. Okay. And here you can see the first ad hoc user has approved. Okay. And you can see also the comments which I have given over here. Now, remember one more thing. There is another role which is very important. And what is that particular role? Purchasing administrator. If you are having that particular role, you can receive any standard approver from the approval workflow. Apart from the ad hoc approver, let's say Tanmay has created one PR. Okay, he has added his ID. Along with that, another 3 levels of approval is present over there. So in total, 4 levels of approval is there. My user ID is having a purchasing administrator role. So when I will log in and I will click on that particular PR, within my screen, I will be getting all the option over here like this, and a cross mark will be coming for each of the level. Why? Because I am a purchasing administrator. Okay, now why I am talking about this thing? Because remember, whenever you will go into this particular project, whenever you're telling the administrator, why? Because you have to give not only training to the end user, but also you have to give the training to the purchasing administrators. So in the administrator level, you have to tell them that, see, sometimes what will happen is like end user will add an ad hoc approver who is not correct, who is wrong. They cannot remove that particular thing all the time. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, from the standard approval flow, let's say one particular group has been selected and within the group 3 users is present. All of the 3 users is on vacation. Then what will happen? What will happen? There will be a lot of issues. So in that scenario, the purchasing administrator can come and say, okay, I will remove this particular thing. So how they can remove it? Just click on this cross mark and click on OK. What will happen? Now see, this has been removed. So remember, this is a very important feature in SAP Ariba, that if you are having the purchasing administrator role, you can remove any approver, whether it's a standard one or whether it's an ad hoc approver, you can remove it. But remember, all your end user is not going to get that particular role, only your purchasing administrators. Okay. And why it is used? Because sometimes what will happen, as I said, out of the three people, two is on vacation, one is on sick. You cannot ask them to just come over there and delegate this approval process. It will not work, right? So in that scenario, you have to log in as a purchasing administrator, remove the approver over there. Okay. And then, yeah, then it will work properly. Now next thing is, like Tanmay, as I said, here is only one approver over there. Okay, so one approver has approved, second one I have removed, but in real time scenario, at least four levels of approval will be there. Now what will happen is, like, let's say first two approval has been done, the third level approvers, basically it's a group. That is the scenario which I said. The third level approver is a group. Now within this group, three user IDs present, two has went to vacation, one is on sick leave. You cannot ask them to approve it. So what you will do, you will come over there and you will remove the third level approver over there. So then what will happen, it will directly be transferred to the fourth level approver. Fourth level approver has to approve, and you also has to put a comment over here saying, I am removing the third level due to some issues with the bias at level 3, and I have removed this as a purchasing administrator. Then only it will work fine. So this particular thing, okay, this particular thing you have to tell your purchasing administrator. If you don't tell this thing, they will never come to know about this business feature. And what will happen, when you will go into hypercare support for the first 3 months, lot of people are going to come running towards you, and they are going to say, or basically they are going to raise a ticket saying, hey, I want you to remove this particular approver. So what will happen, rather than focusing on the main technical or functional issue, you will be focusing on this particular user related things. To avoid that particular thing, always while giving the trainer to the bias, mention this point. Okay. And also make sure when you're telling this particular point, you have to say that this ownership, or basically this what you can say, uh, this particular uh, what you can say, like this particular work has to be done from the business side. Basically the purchasing administrator will do it, we will not do that particular thing. So in effectively what you are doing is, like, you're removing your workload over there and you're giving it to the purchasing administrator. So we are doing nothing wrong over here, it has to be done by them only. Why? Because we will be looking after the proper issues, functional issues over there. Okay. Now once you have done this particular thing, see, the status is approved over here, it is coming. See, the PR status is coming as approved. Okay. Now if you go to the order section, now you will see the status is coming as ordering. Why? That means PO has got generated. Always remember, the first status for PO as well as PR is ordering, always ordering. Okay. Then after 2-3 seconds, the PO will be moved to Ariba network. Now once it is moved to Ariba network over there, what will happen? It will be coming as status as ordered. So let me just refresh the screens one. I think it will come as ordered. See, now it is coming as the status as ordered. Same in the order levels, you can see the PO has been generated and the status is ordered. That means what? This particular PO has been sent to Ariba network. You can click on this particular PO. In the history tab, you will go and you will see order PO was successfully sent via Ariba network to this supplier. Now, why I am showing you this particular thing, guys? Remember, whenever you're going to work in a what you can say, uh, uh, in any hypercare support over there, remember this particular issues are going to come, and here you have to resolve this particular issue. Sometimes what will happen is like PO will not get transmitted to Ariba network. So generally, most of the Ariba consultant, whenever they will see the PO is not getting transmitted to Ariba network, they will just go into SR with closed eyes, and they will do what? They will just create a SR and nothing else. Then after 7 days or 6 days, Ariba support team is going to come and say to you, this is your fault. This is not our fault. So always remember, if your PO is not getting transmitted from Ariba to Ariba network over there, come into the PO screen, go to the history tab, and over here check whether the PO has been moved or not. If you're getting an option over here that PO has been moved over here, no issues. But if there is any technical difficulties, what Ariba will write is like Ariba was not successfully able to send the Ariba network due to technical difficulties. If this particular message is coming over there, then only you can raise an SR, and Ariba support team will then resolve your issue, or basically the SR team. But over here, if it is saying that the supplier does not have a AN ID, this is the error. Ariba support team cannot help you. Ariba support team cannot help you. So it's a wrong data. So we have to, you know, replace the data, or basically change the data over here. Okay. So always keep this particular thing in your mind, guys, that whenever there is any issue, PO is not getting transmitted, GR is not getting transmitted. Okay. So in that scenario, you have to come to the history tab and you have to check what is the error it is coming. If the error is coming at a data level, it's our issue. If the error is not coming as a data level, it is saying some technical difficulties, then Ariba support team or SR team will be resolving your issue. Keep this thing in your mind. Now, we have seen the PR creation screens. We have seen the PR approval flow. Now PO has got created. Now, I think few of you should ask me that, Manoj, tell me one thing. This PO is getting created over here. Can I change the PO? So what do you think, guys? I think you will immediately say, hey, Manoj, change is coming over here. See, on the top left hand side, change button is coming over here in the PO itself. So definitely I can change. And I will say, yes, correct, guys. But also there are some basic checks which is required to be done. What are those things, guys? Those things is like you need to have a role which is called as order change or PO editor. Yeah. Correct, Diksha. Yeah, yeah. See, PO can be PR and PO can be edited at any time before moving to Ariba network, after moving to Ariba network. Why? Because whenever there is any changes, you will remember the version 1 will get created first, then it will move to Ariba network. Then if you're editing it, what will happen? It will be called as the version 2. Once you submit that particular version, what will happen? Submit to version 2 of the PR, then version 2 of the PO will get created. That PO will be updated. Rather, that means the first version PO will be updated by the second version of the PO in Ariba network. That's it, nothing else. Okay, but why I'm saying this change PO option? But remember, some client will ask you that first time when we are doing any changes, we will do it in PR. Second time, it is my priority that I will not go into the PR and change. I will change in my PO. Can we do it? Many Ariba consultants don't know this particular thing. Yes, you can do this, but you will need the option order change option. This particular role, has to be added to your user ID. Then only when you will click on change, you will not get an error. Otherwise, you will get an error. So many Ariba consultants don't know. So they will, say change is not possible in PO. You have to do this thing in PR. Okay. But yes, it is possible. Order change option has to be present within your user group. That means that particular group has to be present within your user ID. Then only it will work properly. Okay. Now, approval flow. What do you think, guys? For PO, approval flow is a mandatory part. What do you think, guys? Any guess? Is it mandatory to have PO approval flow also? Now, before I go to yes people, I want to ask, participants who have said no, why? Correct. Because ultimately in the PR only, the approval has been done and PO is getting as a follow-on document from PR. But here also remember one thing, generally, yes, I totally agree with all of you that in 95% of the project or 90% of the project, PO will not have a separate approval flow. But exception is there. What is the exception? As I said, change PO option. If some buying organization is saying, I will use the change PO rather than the PR. So in this, let's say first case, what is happening? You are creating a PR. You're adding all the things in the PR. Then you're doing the approval, PO is getting created. This PO is moved to Ariba network. Well and good. Next time, what is happening? Your company is saying or buying organization is saying or client is saying that I will not change the PR. I will change the PO. So if you are changing the PO at the PO level only, if you're doing the changes in PO level for version 2, that means it will be without any approval flow. So always, whenever you're gathering requirement from the client, you ask this particular query that from second version onwards, where you're going to do the changes, PR or PO. Okay. So once you add that particular thing, then what will happen is like some client will say only PR. So in that case, you don't have to do any approval flow for PO. Done. Second scenario is from second version onwards, I will do only changes in PO. So in that scenario, what will happen? You have to design the approval flow for PO. Very good. Third option is it can be either PR or it can be either PO. Now this is a dangerous option. Why? Because let's say for the second version, if you're not doing it in PR, what will happen? Then you will do it in PO. And if you're not doing it in PO, it will be done at a PR. So how you will determine whether the PO requires approval flow or not? You can maintain approval for both of them, but then it will be, your end user are going to complain, not immediately, but after 3 4 5 months or 6 months, when they will get used to the system, they will say, hey, I'm not changing the PO, why I have to approve it? It's a wastage of time. This is going to come immediately during your go live. This particular issue will not crop up. This issue will crop up in after 5 6 months during the support. So you have to design the solution in such a way. So in that scenario, remember, guys, that whenever you're putting the approval workflow in PO, right? For each level, you will be having one condition, right? In the condition, you will be having field matches, right? Within the field match, what you will check is like there will be an option for edit. Edit option is also available over there. So if you see edit is equal to X, that means the PO has been manually changed. So in that scenario, only you're going to do the approval workflow. That means you're going to put a condition for PO approval workflow for all levels of approval workflow, that the condition is if edit is equal to X, then only proceed ahead. That means what? Whenever the PO is manually edited, the approval workflow will get triggered when the PO is not manually edited. That means PR has been edited and PO has been generated automatically, version 2. So in that scenario, edit will not come as X. What will happen? No approval workflow. So that is how you can segregate these particular two things. Okay. No, this is not actually, it's not a manual part over here, guys. Actually, this will be available directly within your field match. You just have to put a check that if edit is equal to X, that's it. Okay. So these are very small things, but remember, your clients are going to like this particular thing. Also, you have to highlight these things. So whenever you are taking the requirements, you ask this particular queries. Ask these queries to your clients. They will be amazed looking at your knowledge. Why? Because they will immediately understand that you have done quite a lot of projects. Otherwise, you could not ask this particular kind of query, because your client will also not think about this particular thing. When the go live will happen after 5-6 months, they will be facing a issue. Then they will raise this point with you. Okay. So remember to keep this thing in your mind while you're while you're taking the requirements. Now, once this particular thing has been done, basically what will happen in the Ariba network, supplier will generally send a order confirmation or ASN. Now, before before you answer me anything on this part, tell me one thing over here, guys. Order confirmation or ASN, is it mandatory in SAP Ariba or it's optional? Because there is a lot of confusion on this point. Okay, so some of you who are saying mandatory, from your basically what you can say, from your project experience, remember, you go to the connect.ariba.com, go to enhancement request, and within the enhancement request you will see ASN and PO confirmation has been made as mandatory. So those was one of the requirements of your client. In standard SAP Ariba, ASN and PO confirmation both are optional. Okay, that means what? That means, forget about PO confirmation. If ASN supplier is not doing, then what will happen? What will happen to your GR? Now here lies one of the most important thing, that see the receiving part. Receiving part is nothing but the GR part over here. Now in ECC or SRM, what will happen is like, once the ASN will come, from that ASN only we can create the GR. But here in SAP Ariba, it's not mandatory. You can do the GR or basically receiving without an ASN also. Why? Because in most of the client, what clients prefer to do is like, clients will say to you that, boss, I don't need the supplier to give me a PO confirmation or a ASN. They will just send a mail to you that, okay, we are going to send this particular goods or services by this particular date. Keep it ready with yourself. So when the buyer will get a mail like this, what they will do? They will not do the receiving immediately. They will understand that the goods are coming over there. Once the goods come over here, then what will happen? They will do the receiving over here. So it is not mandatory. Always remember, it is not mandatory over here. I'm going to show you in this screen only. It is not mandatory to do the receiving with respect to ASN. So PO confirmation and ASN both are optional in SAP Ariba. Okay. And I think some of you participants have already heard about light supplier, right? Have you heard it, guys? Guys, can you please confirm? Have you heard the term light supplier? Yeah, I'm going to touch base on that thing. So actually, why I am saying this thing, because we are going to take a break over there. Once we come back from the break, I'm going to talk about basically the contract catalogs, how it will be added and APR is getting created. And the second one is non-catalog item, how it will be added and what are the things generally you have to add. Okay, these two things. Apart from that, I'm also going to talk about what? I'm going to talk about a light supplier. Now remember, light supplier, generally you also have to do this particular thing. And there you will see PO confirmation in ASN, it will not come because this Ariba network access over there is very, very different. Okay. So that is why I said in normal standard Ariba, PO confirmation ASN is not mandatory, because if you make it mandatory, then light supplier won't be able to take part in your business process. That is why if you go to any standard SAP Ariba documents, or if you ask any SAP Ariba consultant, basically employees, SAP Ariba employees, they will directly say to you that order confirmation or PO confirmation as well as ASN is not mandatory. Okay, so we are going to see on more of these things. And remember guys, today's session, I think it can get a little bit stretched. Why? Because these particular things are a little bit typical. You need to understand their flow at least. If you don't understand their flow, it will be quite tough later on. Why? Because most of them will be standard over there, but which one to implement, where to implement, you should know that particular thing. Okay, so guys, what I'm going to do is, like, we are going to take a break over here. Once the break is over, what we are going to do is, like, we are going to discuss about all those things which we mentioned just right now. Okay, so let's take a break over here. This break is going to be a little bit longer, guys, 10 minutes break. After that, we are going to you know discuss and see all these things, scenarios within the system. Okay guys, yeah, thank you. So let's take a break, guys. Guys, are you able to hear me? Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. So we were talking about this, PR and PO till now over here. But before we go further into this particular thing, I want to show you the contract catalogs as well as non-catalog item first. Then we are going to understand about the other feature which is called as light supplier and fully enabled supplier over there. So first of all, if you want to create a non-catalog or basically a catalog contract catalog item, where you have to go to the catalog section. Okay. So once you go into the catalog section, what will happen is like here you have to click on shop by. Within the shop by, there's a thing called as contract. Click on the contract and then click on search for contract. Now once you click on, it will go to contract based search over here. What will happen is like you'll be able to see as well as understand that all this particular search result whichever is showing is basically it is showing the contract ID over here and nothing else. Okay, so what you need to do now, let's say if you want to add some line items over here. Okay, what you're going to do is like you need to select that particular contract over here. Now once you select that particular line item over here, you'll be able to see the different items which is present over here. Now within this contract, only one line item is present. So now let's say you want to order 10 quantity of this laptop. What you will do, you will click on add to cart. Excuse me. Now when you will click to proceed to checkout, what will happen? You will come into the PR screen, purchase requisition screen. Okay, automatically. Same simple process, everything over here. So the first thing which all of you have to understand is how you are going to determine whether this particular PR is coming from a contract catalog or an internal catalog item. How? Very simple. You click on this particular line item over here, click on action, click on edit details. Now you go down below over here, there will be one field which is coming, contract. And here you will have the contract ID. Now, obviously, you don't have to, what you can say, understand or think about this particular contract in a different way. Why? Because remember this, why I am talking about that you need to find out the contract ID or those things, because excuse me, whenever you're going to do the integration of Ariba with ECC system over here, you need to check for this particular value. Why? Because there will be separate scenarios for your integration. The first scenario, generally what we do is a local P2P process over there. Now for the local P2P process, there is a separate scenario. And then for the H2P also, it can be done. As of now, it can be done. 6 months ago, it was, we were not able to do it properly. But yes, it can be done right now also for H2P. So it is always advisable that for H2P, there should be one integration scenario. And for the normal P2P process, there should be another scenario. So how you can determine this particular thing? So when all this data will come to your uh, ECC or S4 HANA system, you have to look at each of the item of the PR, and within the item you'd be able to find the contract field. You have to check whether this field is empty or it is having some value. If it is empty, that means what? That means it's an internal catalog. Okay. If it is empty, that means it's an internal catalog. And if it is full or it is having some value, that means it's an H2P process over here and nothing else. Okay. So always keep this thing in your mind. That's the first thing. Okay. So based upon that, you will be doing the configuration. More of these things we are going to discuss next week. But remember, this is how you can identify the item, whether it's from internal catalog or from contract catalog. Okay. Rest of all the procedure will be same over here. That particular scenarios, integration scenarios, we are going to discuss next week. But this just for showing you the things that how the H2P catalogs will get created over here. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how the non-catalog item will be added. Now here you cannot select anything. You have to go into the almost at the top right hand side. In the top right hand side, I think guys, all of you can see the option coming over here as add non-catalog item. Okay. All of you are able to see, I think, the non-catalog item over here. So when you click on this particular add non-catalog item, see this particular thing is coming. So here what you will do, you will put a description like NC item. NC means non-catalog over here. You will select the commodity code over here. Okay. Automatically it should be cost center. Now this particular thing you don't have to do anything. It will come from your attributes automatically over here. So if the cost center is maintained in your attribute, it will come over here automatically. Please don't change it. Now here you will give the price like 3200 euros over there. Once you have given the price, next what you have to do, you have to select the supplier. Okay, let's say this one. Okay, once you select the supplier, the next important thing is ERS. So before this thing, guys, uh, how many of you know about ERS? Or do you know what is the concept of ERS, guys? Correct, correct. So whenever you will go to a big company, just a moment, guys, just now, whenever you will go with the big companies over there, what will happen is like most of the time you will see that invoice is generally not created by buyer or by supplier. Why? Because for all the fully enabled supplier, your client or buying organization will say we want the ERS to be enabled. Why? In that case, what will happen is like you don't have to do a two-way check or a three-way check. You might ask me now before giving answer to this thing, guys, how many of you knows about two-way check or three-way check? You know, guys, what is two-way check or three-way check in procurements, in procurement process? Yeah. So basically, two-way check or three-way check means in two-way, you will be comparing the quantity with PO and invoices, right? And in three-way check, you will be checking the quantity against PO, GR, invoice. Excuse me. Now in Ariba, generally two-way check, three-way check happen in invoice reconciliation. Now most of the buying organization who will be implementing Ariba, they will say, hey boss, I cannot wait till invoice reconciliation to see there is a error or not. Why? Let's say you have given 10 quantity in the PO, right? And your supplier delivers you 10 quantity. Out of that, you find 2 quantity as defect. What you will do? You will do receiving for 8 quantity, right? And if supplier create invoice with 10 quantity, knowingly or unknowingly, what will happen? There will be an issue. So this kind of issue generally happens mostly because of the quality issues. Okay. So to resolve this particular thing, most of your big companies, they will say, I want to effectively shorten my end-to-end procurement cycle process. And if I keep this particular process like a standard process, my process will never be shorter. It will take more time. So how this particular thing can be resolved? Through the ERS. Once you click on ERS allowed for this particular supplier, what will happen? Supplier will not raise the invoice, neither the buyer. Once you do the receiving, that receiving amount or basically receiving quantity will be automatically coming into the invoice, and invoice will get automatically generated over there. That means in invoice reconciliation, there will be no more failure. That means what you're doing, you're optimizing your process. So that is why you always remember in all the big implementations project, 99.9% of the supplier will be ERS for fully enabled supply. Light enabled supply is a different thing. Light enabled supply we are not talking right now. We're talking about fully enabled supply. All the supplier will have ERS enabled for them. Now I have seen many Ariba consultant, even many Ariba trainer actually. They will tell you that supplier will create their invoices manually in Ariba network, then it will come over here. That is good for training, guys. That is good for training or theoretical knowledge. But it is never going to be implemented like this in any of your implementation. In all the implementation I have done, everywhere ERS, everywhere ERS has to be mandatorily done. Why? Because everybody knows about this particular procedure. Just like Ariba Pay. Now, when we are going to go into next week sessions, I'm going to say Ariba Pay is a module which is used for paying to supplier, but no client will use it. From a theoretical perspective, yes, you can do the payment in Ariba, but no client will do it. They will always do the payment in ECC or S4HANA system. So that is the same practice over here. Always remember, evaluated receipt settlement. That is the full form of ERS over here, Diksha. Okay. So always remember this particular thing, that ERS will be enabled for all your supplier. Invoice will never be created by buyer or supplier, so that in invoice reconciliation, there will be no more exception. Okay, so always keep this thing in mind. Okay, now once you have added this particular thing over here by clicking on ERS allowed over here, then what will happen? You will click on add to cart. Now you were not in the PR screen, guys. What you did, you created a new non-catalog item over here. Then once you click on proceed to checkout, you will see this particular line item is appearing over here. Now, how you will identify? Now, let's say you you have created this non-catalog item. Well and good. Now, some other user wants to come and understand whether this particular item is a non-catalog item or not. How that particular person is going to understand whether this is a non-catalog item or not? Any guess, guys? Just by looking at this particular thing, can any of you take a guess that how you will understand that this particular thing is a non-catalog item? Yes, see, no contract is there. Then in that case, guys, what will happen is like that can also be an internal catalog too, right? Now within internal catalog, how you can understand which one is the internal catalog, which is a non-catalog item? No, you can understand by this particular thing, supplier part number. Any catalog item which you are uploading in Ariba catalogs, you have to mandatorily give the supplier part number over there. But in non-catalog item, it is not mandatory. And buyer just cannot give this particular thing, supplier part number. Only supplier can give it. Yeah. Now that's a very good question over here, Venkatesh. Now the thing is like, without supplier, how price came? That's a very good query. Now on this part, as I said, this is what? This is a non-catalog item, and you don't have time to do the sourcing request kind of thing, which I generally told, right? So in that scenario, how you're coming at this price level? So in that scenario, whenever you're doing this particular non-catalog procurement over here, you have to talk with the supplier offline. You have to come to the price over there. Then only you can create a PR. You just cannot create a PR out of thin air and say 3,000 euro is the price for the laptop. Okay, so this is an exceptional process. So for the exceptional process, basically manual process, you have to get in touch with the supplier. Supplier will give you that particular price and all those other things. You have to update it over here. Okay, so always keep this thing in mind, guys. How you're going to understand PR item, whether it's different, means like it's an internal catalog. Internal catalog means supplier part number will be there mandatorily. That's the first thing. Contract catalogs, contract ID will be present over there, and non-catalog item, supplier part number will be present over there mandatorily. Okay, so keep this thing in your mind. Okay, whenever you're doing this particular activity. Okay, no, no, Tanmay, contract catalog will not have supplier part number. Why? Because supplier part number is a part of your catalog's data fields, but the contract catalog is coming from where? It is coming from the contract. Within the contract, have we seen any field which is called as supplier part number? No, right? So that is why it will only be filled in case of internal catalogs. Okay, keep this thing in mind. Okay, so this is how, yeah, correct, Tanmay. we are creating contract from sourcing project, right, as a follow-on document. Tanmay, is it clear, or you're still having some doubt? Okay. Definitely. Now the thing is, like, over here, guys, this is how you can create the different catalog line items and all those stuff over there within the PR. Okay, same process will be flowing on over here, but let us do one thing. Let us take a small question answer session on this particular part. Then what we are going to do is, like, we are going to understand that what's the difference between light supplier and fully enabled supplier. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, like, how the tax calculation is being done. Okay, and the third thing, a little bit knowledge of the invoice and invoice reconciliation thing. Now I do understand that those things are not required fully over here, but still, because it will be created automatically, it will be taking care of it automatically, but still you should know what are the manual activities, which authorization is required, basically which roles is required, so that you can edit those particular transactional documents when you will edit it over there. Although it is not necessary, but keep this thing in your knowledge. Why? Because sometimes exceptional project can also come. Okay, so meanwhile, guys, I will suggest to all of you, if you're having any query, please raise your hands. Yeah, Diksha, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, good morning, Manoj.
Yeah,
Uh,
good morning, Diksha.
my first question is, you asked that in case of one-time procurement,
Yeah,
we need no contract would be created. We will directly go to the PO.
exactly.
Okay, so irrespective, and this will always happen in case of a non-catalog item. I mean, if
Yeah,
we are procuring it for just one time, no contract will be created, right?
exactly. Now, in the normal scenario, see why? Because, see, you might ask me that, Manoj, in the sourcing project, we have created non-catalog item only, right? So
Yeah.
we can create that sourcing project from the sourcing request, then sourcing request, and we create it from the PR. Generally, that is not the scenario. Excuse me. Always remember that when we are talking about S2P, your starting point is SLP, then the sourcing project. And this particular process which we are doing, that means we are creating a PR with non-catalog item, then we are creating a sourcing request, then we are doing a sourcing project. After the awarding, we are creating a PO from there. But because in the awarding scenario, you can see there is two follow-on option which was coming. One was contract, and the was PO over there. Okay, so that particular process is called as one-time procurement process. In that scenario only you can use. And if you try to do a PR sourcing project, then sorry, sourcing request, then sourcing project, and then contract over there, what will happen is, like, there will be an error coming over there. Why? Because system will say that, boss, you're creating the sourcing project ultimately from the PR, so contract should not be a follow-on document. A follow-on document should be PO over there. So that is why I said this is a one-time procurement procedure.
But if we want to procure the non-catalog item, and say the company decides that okay, this was a non-catalog item, but
Yeah.
now we need it for future also, like
Okay.
not just one time, many times now, regularly.
Okay. Okay. Now in that scenario, what you will do is, like, in that scenario, what you can do is, like, you can create a direct contract also. Okay, in the direct contract, what you're going to do, you're going to copy all the sourcing project documents over there within the contract, and that contract can also move into contract compliance. But remember, this is an exceptional process. This can also be used, but this can also be used for basically non-catalog item which has been purchased one time. Now based upon some input from the business team or from the user team, your high management is saying, okay, we will make this as not as a normal catalog, we will make this as an internal catalog. So means contract catalog kind of options over there.
Mhm.
So in that
Mhm.
scenario, you will copy all the information from the sourcing project and you will create a contract. This contract will then you will publish the contract, and then you will do the contract compliance, and then this contract will flow from upstream to downstream.
Okay. Okay, so first time a non-catalog item is identified, the company decides that this would be only just one-time procurement or it would be a regular buy. So if
Exactly.
in case it is a regular buy and it has no PR has been done, so the company can actually start with SLP and source a proper RFP and then awarding the
Exactly.
supply, right?
Exactly. That is why I will always say that, see, in our session, I will also put a little bit emphasis on the process
Mhm.
which is not captured within the system. Generally, most of the trainer, what they will, describe is like the process which is happening within the system. So always remember, whenever as a buying organization, you're deciding that this is a non-catalog item, then you have to decide whether it's means you are going to do multiple
Mhm.
procurement of
Got
this item. If it is that, if it is the process is like this, then that is a S2P process. And if it is
Okay.
not the process like this, that means only one time procurement, that is a one time procurement. So those things are generally decided before you create anything within the system.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. And my next question was on the PO screen, there was a cancel button along with change. So what does cancel
Exactly.
mean? If
Cancel means basically you are deleting the PO basically. That means
okay,
what will happen is like, cancel means once you click on the cancel, it will not only make the status as display for this PO from the buyer side, it will also make it what you can say closed over there from the supplier side too. That means supplier cannot give a PO confirmation, ASN or invoice against that particular PO. That is the concept of cancel PO.
okay, okay. And my last question is, when you say internal catalog, it means the catalog that was created using the CIF file.
Exactly correct. Exactly correct.
Okay,
That means through the CIF files, wherever we have created a catalog subscription, that is called as the internal catalogs.
okay, got it. And there is no contract on them.
No, contract is different. As I said, contract catalogs, it will be not be directly visible through the normal internal catalogs, right? You have to go to the shop by, then click on contract, search by contract, and then all the contracts will be showing. From there only you can do it. And if you do add a line item in the PR from that particular navigation path, you will have a contract ID. Once you're having a contract ID, then system will immediately know that this is an S2P process.
No, I'm confused. For the internal catalog, it comes from the CIF file, which
Exactly.
the consultant uploaded. Okay.
Exactly.
So that maybe they were the existing suppliers and now the buying organization is moving to Ariba. So
Yeah,
the items are also being moved to Ariba. But
exactly.
obviously, Ariba or no Ariba, the buying
Hmm.
organization still has a contract with those suppliers, right?
Exactly. So in that scenario, so those particular contracts you will be doing as a part of S2P, right? The pre-existing contract which you're having, what you are going to
Hmm.
do is like you are going to upload them back over here, and then you are going to create a contract compliance for each of the contract, and then you're going to use it. That's the first thing.
Okay.
Second thing is like, now if you decide that there are internal catalogs for which is readily given by the supplier, that means you will have a pre-negotiated term, right? You will
Mhm.
have some pre-negotiated items which is given by the supplier without any contract. There will be only one contract. So you're not going to create one contract with 1,000 line items, right? That is not feasible. You cannot control that particular contract. So in that scenario, you're going to use SIF internal catalog. So in the internal catalogs, what you will do, all these pre-negotiated line items, it will come over there, which is existing within your database. That means which is already present within your system, you will add it over here. But anything new or any active contracts which you are having, this you are going to replicate into your Ariba as contracts, and then they will be procured to the contract catalogs part.
So you mean that in that case, the internal catalog items move to contract catalog?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the thing. So always remember, the thing is like, keep a simple thing in your mind, that pre-negotiated items, okay, pre-negotiated item will always come in internal catalogs, okay. And if you're having some specialized contract which is active right now in the system, in the ECC or S/4HANA system, this will be moved through the H2P path. Now next, let's say after go live, you decide there are new items for which you want to set up a special contract, means like normal contracts with suppliers. So in that case also, that will also be following up through the H2P. That is how things work over here.
Yeah, I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome Diksha. Okay. Yeah, Prem, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah. Are you able to hear me? Are you able to listen to me? Hello?
Thank you. Yeah, Prem,
Okay.
can you please go ahead and ask your query?
Yeah. Yeah, are you able to listen to me? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, Prem.
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, Prem, we are able to hear you. Hello, Prem? Okay, Prem, no issues. What we are going to do is like, we are going to come to you once more. Yeah. 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 Tanmay, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, Tanmay.
Yeah. So Manoj, my first question is,
Yeah.
you said that like we went into catalog, like this screen, current screen, then we clicked on an item, then we reached the PR screen, like wherein we can see the PR ID, basically.
Yeah.
Right. From this screen, we have an option of, you said that if you want to move to create a sourcing request.
Yeah.
So Manoj, like when we go into sourcing request, won't this line item be there already? Like what exactly happens? I'm not sure.
See, when you're going into the sourcing request, this
Yeah.
particular line item will be automatically be added within your sourcing request. All this
Yeah.
information you have added in the PR, this will be added within the sourcing request.
Correct. So, but Manoj, we are doing this create sourcing request for one-time procurement, right?
Exactly.
So then, I mean, I'm a little confused because the item is already in our internal catalogs, but then we are moving into one-time procurement.
No. As I said, for sourcing request, as I said,
Uh-huh.
it will only be applicable for non-catalog items, right? I said over
Yeah.
there at the beginning that for internal catalog or for contract catalogs, sourcing request does not add any value. It's a wastage of time over there. So you're not going to use sourcing request for either of these two options. You're only going to use non-catalog item over there. For the non-catalog item, yes, you can do the sourcing request.
So Manoj, then again, for not non-catalog items, as you said, like
Yeah.
if you are moving from the PR screen into sourcing
Hmm.
request, all the
Hmm.
data like line item which we have previously selected would move into would
Sourcing
move
request.
forward. Yeah. So
Yeah.
then, but at that screen, we are adding a non-catalog item. So won't this
Yeah.
line item be already there?
No. Non-catalog item means what? That means the item is a new item. It's not
Correct.
present within your database. So there is two options which you can do. See, since
Okay.
you are going to do it only for one time, so
Okay.
you have added the non-catalog item in the PR, and from the PR you are creating a sourcing request. then sourcing administrator will create a sourcing project out of the sourcing
Correct,
request.
correct. That flow I understand. Yes, that
Yeah.
flow I understand.
Now the thing is like, if it is not a one-time process,
Okay.
if it is a H2P process, now for H2P process, most of the time you're going to work with new items only. So there, what will happen? There also you will do the sourcing project, but you will not do the sourcing request. You will qualify, basically you will register the supplier. Once you have done the registration, you are going to create a sourcing project. Within the sourcing project, you are going to add a non-catalog item. So that particular
Okay.
path, or the basically the process, that is for H2P only. So that is why
Okay.
I said H2P is different process, and one-time procurement process is also different process
It's a
over here.
different process. Okay, okay, got it, got it. So, one more question,
Yeah.
for supplier part number. See, for example, we are creating a contract. So
Hmm.
those items, like whatever the previous process happens, that happens from the items which are already in the catalog, right? We are selecting,
Hmm.
during RFP and the whole process. So,
Yeah.
like, my concern is, see, for internal catalog, what we are doing, we are just
Hmm.
selecting the catalogs, like in the basic screen. We are not going into buy, like we are not selecting contract, right? Shop buy.
Exactly. Yeah.
So then, Manoj, like, being the source of supply for both the items, being the catalog which we have loaded by CIF file.
Hmm.
So I'm not like UNSPC, whatever catalogs, like that part, I'm not sure. Like,
Okay. Okay. Let me just explain. So first of all, only the pre-negotiated uh, materials and services where the price has been negotiated with the supplier will be included in the CIF file. Okay, so
okay,
through the
okay,
CIF file, you're going to load those catalogs,
correct,
and you have to create these catalog subscription. So this
correct, correct,
particular item will be known as internal catalogs. So this
correct.
particular internal catalogs, it's not coming from upstream, right? So this is basically called as normal P2P procedure. Now here,
Okay,
the end user, all the end user data will be there only in P2P. Okay, that is the
okay,
first process
okay,
over here.
okay, okay,
Second
okay.
process which we are talking about is H2P. Now, in H2P, since this is a totally new item, it is not present within the database. That means in catalog,
Correct,
you're going to find a source of supply, then you're going to do the contracting, and then this data will move into your catalogs, but not as an internal catalog, but as a contract catalog over there. Okay, so this particular H2P procedure involves both upstream as well as downstream.
correct, correct. That's what my concern is, Manoj. Like,
Yeah.
even though we are doing the whole process end to end, P2P, you are just saying that we are just
Hmm.
starting in the downstream part. There is no data
Yeah.
carry forward from upstream. So
Exactly.
that
This is the local P2P process. Yeah. So
correct, correct.
basically, you are asking that if we are having H2P process, why local P2P process is still required?
Exactly, that's what my question is. So how come, for internal catalog the supplier part number shows up, but for catalog, contract catalog items, the supplier's number doesn't show up? So, like, basically my question is, see,
No,
P2P
no,
is
no,
for,
no, 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 no. See. First of all, whether it's a contract catalog or an internal catalog, supplier part ID will always be existing. Why?
ah,
Supplier part ID over there. Yeah. Sorry. Actually, I thought supplier. Sorry. Supplier
okay,
will be available for both of the things. Yes, supplier
exactly.
part ID will be not coming in where?
Only for this thing, one time procurement.
Yeah. So that's the
Correct,
thing over here. So it is
correct,
not present only for your one-time procurement.
correct,
Even
correct.
for the other two processes, it will be available. Now, next
Yes,
thing, coming to your query, that if you are saying H2P is not available over here, means H2P is available, then why we will go with local P2P procedure? It's a very
exactly.
good
Yeah,
question. Now,
yeah.
remember this thing, this whole H2P process, as I said, when we began with that sourcing thing, we are saying
Mm-hmm.
H2P process is mostly for your new items. Okay,
Correct, correct,
but
correct,
when you will go for any implementation, mostly when you're going to use Ariba is a replacement for SRM, right?
correct,
So in SRM MDM catalogs, you will be having the data over there, like those are local data which is available
correct,
over there. So
correct.
those data, that the first thing you have to move in internal catalogs only.
Okay.
Are you going to find a source of supply, and are you going to say like, no, I will carry out a new, means like H2B process for all those previous
Yeah, no, no.
items which is present within the MDM? No, it is not feasible. Secondly,
Oh,
there are some other supplier who will be saying, okay, those are the things which we have given before, but right now since you're moving to Ariba over there, what I will do is like I will pre-negotiate some more line item with you so that you don't have to create a contract. So
Okay.
those particular thing you will put within the internal catalogs. Anything
Oh,
new which is coming after the go live, you are going to do the H2P. So always remember, that is what I said. The internal catalogs, this data will be present within your SRM. This you have to
oh,
copy from there and you have to move in respect to that. That is the first set of data. Second set of
okay.
data, the supplier might say that since you're moving from SRM to Ariba, why I will take another 6 months to 1 year to make new contract with you? Let me offer you some more common items at a
Correct.
pre-negotiated price. This
Correct.
part also you will put within the internal catalog. Okay.
Okay.
So whenever a user is going to
Mhm.
reuse these particular line items, this will be used as a part of internal catalog, and this is called as a local P2P process. But after the go live, if you are going to begin with a new material or new service altogether which is not present within the
Mhm.
catalog, then you're only going to use H2P.
H2P.
So that is
Correct.
the scenario over here. So anything new, H2P, anything old which was present in the SRM, you're going to load all this data in the cutover period. This will be
Correct.
happening through the internal catalogs routes only.
Okay, understood, Manoj. Understood. Completely understood. So, last question, Manoj. Say, for example, in for any document, purchasing document in ECC or S4 HANA, we have an option of
Hmm.
parking it.
Hmm.
For
Parking
some
means
period of.
saving it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, like as we discussed, there is an option of canceling the PO. So it come like it's a faster process. Say, for example, it directly goes for deletion. So, is there any option of parking synonymous with parking or anything in Ariba? Is that
Yeah.
an option?
See, yes, you can do it over here. See, always remember, the thing is like I will suggest, see, you can do it for PO also, but I will suggest not to do it. Why?
Okay.
Because see, once your PR is approved in Ariba, you will see PO gets created over there
Correct.
immediately. And the next step is if there is no approval, then it will be immediately moved to the Ariba network.
Ariba
If there is
network. Yeah.
approval, you have to do the approval. Then also immediately it will move it to Ariba network. So PO,
Correct.
you cannot park the PO directly, but
Mm-hmm.
indirectly you can do it. How?
Yeah, by
You
holding off the
consider,
approval. Yeah.
no, no, not holding of the approval. Delay
Okay.
purchase until.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Got it, got it.
Yeah.
Understood,
So
Manoj.
yes, that can be done also for PO. It can be done through the help of delay purchase until. For PR, you can create any time at the PR. Don't submit it, just save it over there. That is also called as parking. Approval
Okay,
process will not get triggered. It will also
okay,
be not be submitted. So that particular part from the PR point of view, it is available directly in the system. Indirectly for PO, it is available through the delay purchase until.
delay delay purchase unit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got it.
No, not unit, delay purchase until.
Okay, so okay, okay. I was thinking delay purchase unit. Sorry, sorry. So okay, it's a separate option. Okay.
Yeah. So always
Yeah.
these are the very small things. That is why I am telling on this particular things, because I think I know that within one session to capture all the data or all the things which I have taught, it is not feasible in one session only. Means
Yes.
like just by attending the session it is not feasible. So what you have to do is like you have to watch this particular session multiple times. And
Correct, correct.
remember, this thing is going to not only help you, Tanmay, but it is going to help all the participants whenever they are going to do a implementation. So let's say when you're doing the P2P implementation at the time
Okay.
of requirement gatherings, before you
Mhm.
go and do the requirement gatherings, watch this session once again. So
Okay.
what
Okay.
point to ask to the question, what questions you will
Client.
be asking to the clients, which
Yeah,
point you will ask, which process you will implement, all these particular things will be recapped. Then when you will go in the meeting or the workshop over there, you will be having your questionnaires or basically the questions ready.
yeah. Correct. Yes, yes, Manoj. Understood. Understood, Manoj.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Manoj. That was all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome, Tanmay. Okay, just a moment. I think there are some other people also. Praveen, yeah, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah.
Yeah, Manoj. So, for example, I created the PR and the PO got created in the Ariba network and
Mhm.
send it to Ariba network, right? So,
Yeah.
if I am using the ECC system, for example, for the PO creation, just the PR is
Mhm.
created. Once I click the order button, if the PO
Mhm.
needs to be generated in ECC and then send it to Ariba network,
Yeah.
then how
Yeah.
that process works?
Yeah. So on this part, Praveen, let me give you a little bit heads up over there. I'm not going to, dive too much deep into this thing. We are going to dive too much on this part on the coming Saturday only. Why? Because there we will be discussing about how you're going to implement the integration scenarios. But let me give you a header overview how this particular thing will work. Generally, when you're going to do this particular integration, what will happen is like you have to determine which system is your leading system. That means whether the Ariba system is the leading system or basically ECC or S4HANA system is the leading system. So generally, you can understand which is the leading system based on where the PO is getting created and where the PO is editable. Now, let's say if you're talking about we are creating the PR in Ariba, the PO is also editable and created in Ariba. So in this case, the main system over there, or basically you can say target system over there will be ECC and the source system will be what? Ariba over there. So always remember, yes, the PO can be replicated into your ECC, but it will go as a read-only copy. That's the first thing. Second thing, yes, after copying this PO from Ariba to ECC, this PO can also be moved to Ariba network. Why? Because those things we don't have to configure. It will go automatically over there until and unless the PO system is external. That means, as I said, if the PO is created in ECC and it is coming over there in SAP Ariba over there, then that's a different thing. So in that scenario, you have to configure whether it will go where. But if the PO is being created in Ariba Spend Management, it will automatically go to Ariba network. And through the integration configuration, you can make sure that a copy only of PO is replicated back into ECC. But your next query should be, Manoj, what we will do with this PO which is not editable, right?
Yeah, Manoj.
Yeah. So always remember, as I said, when we will go into the integration scenario, we will see most of the time you will be only using the invoice reconciliation and payment option in ECC. Rest of the other things will happen in Ariba. That means PO, GR, and invoice. These three things will always happen in Ariba. But still, PO, GR, and invoice. These three display only copy has to be moved into ECC. Why? Because if you are going to do the invoice reconciliation and payment, for doing these two stuff in ECC, you will need the PO, invoice, and GR as well. Otherwise, how will be the two-way check will work? How will be the three-way check it will work? How will be the payment it will work if ECC system does not know about this thing? So that is why if the leading system is Ariba over there, we will still send the PO, we'll still send the GR, we'll still send the invoice, even though these three things are editable and done in Ariba. Why? So that invoice reconciliation and payment, which we are doing in ECC over there, this does not get hampered. Okay,
Okay.
so this is basically the overview on this thing, Praveen. But remember, this is the overview. I have told it very simply. Like, you're seeing the Earth from 20,000, maybe some, 1,000 kilometers up. Now, when we will go down there, we will be seeing there is a lot of branchings of process. Lot of process will be coming in between.
Okay, Manoj.
Yeah. Any other queries, Praveen?
My next question is,
Yeah.
you said like flex fields, right? If I am
Yeah.
going for a support project, for example, how would
Yeah.
know whether it's a flex field or the standard field?
Okay, so basically, what will happen is like you will be having different configuration documents with you. That means the the implementation team generally they will be preparing a lot of documents over there. Apart from the functional document, they will also prepare configuration document. Now within the configuration document, there will be one thing which is called as custom fields or flex field details document. Now within that particular documents, all the flexible which has been created, in which screen it has been created, what's the logic or what's the properties behind it, and how it will change, all of those things are generally written down over there. Now this is the thing which we generally follow. It will be there with the documentation part always.
Okay,
And
Manoj.
next thing if you want to know, now let's say if this particular project has been done by some uh, small organization, because see, we are talking about Accenture, Deloitte, KPMG, okay, Infosys, okay, so these are very big companies, they will be doing it like this. But let's say there are some small companies also, there are some small companies, I'm talking not about in India, it will not be there in India, it will be there in Europe or US. There will be some small companies like Absolute or something like this. So in that case, those companies, they might not prepare the document. Why? Because their budget is very low. They will only prepare the as is to be and, you know, BVP and only the functional specs, configurations and all those things. They will prepare it, but it will not contain much detailed information. So in that scenario, if you want to understand which fields is flex field, you don't need to refer to those documents. Go to connect.ariba.com, log in with your customer credentials, click on the enhancement request. There you will see whatever enhancement request which has been created for your client over there. Click on each of this thing, note down those fields. You will immediately understand that this field has been created as flex fields, in which screen it has been created, what is the logic behind it, and whether there is any validation logic against it or not.
Okay, got it, Manoj. That's I was looking for the second one only.
Yeah, because I know about this thing, because see, like, you know, sometimes you have to deal with them. Why? Because some clients will not have too much money, or they are just experimenting. They will say, why I will go with Deloitte and Accenture. If you go, they will charge you like anything. If you go with Infosys or, you know, Wipro or some Indian company, MNCs, TCS, so they will charge you some, let's say, 100 rupees. If you go with Deloitte, Accenture, they will charge you 300 or 400 rupees over there. So once this charging comes, so the, you know, client will say, hey, why I am going to spend so much of the money? Let me spend a little bit less and see what happens. So in that scenario, this is how you can find it.
Thanks, Manoj. That's all my questions.
Yeah, welcome, Praveen. Okay. Prem, can you please go ahead with your query? Prem, I think you need to unmute yourself. Prem, are you able to hear me? I think there is some issue with Prem's mic over here. Okay, we'll come later on this part. No issues. Amit, can you please go ahead with your query? Amit, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, hi Manoj, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Amit, I'm able to hear you now.
Yeah, actually I was facing some issues, so I'm in network, so I was trying to connect with my mobile again. Yeah, so I have three basic questions. So as you very nicely mentioned about internal catalog and that catalog, sorry, catalog. So for the
Yeah.
internal catalog, we fetch price from purchase info record also. So I want to know how we can replicate purchase info record, existing purchase info record for
Hmm.
ECC to Ariba. I'm not sure what part of current session. If we are going to cover in future session, let me know. I can park my query also.
No. Generally, this remember this thing, guy. You know, Amit, that this particular things generally it will never be covered through automated procedure. Now, why I'm saying this automated procedure? Because see, most of the Ariba consultant when they're coming and doing a implementation, they think the catalogs loading and all those stuff can be automated. Actually, it is not the case over there. You have to manually maintain the zip file and then you have to load it one by one. So similarly, for purchase info record also, you have to do it manually. There is no other option. Only thing what I can say is like most of the information will be present within that particular list. So what you need to do is like you need to download this purchase info record at a one place. That means in one Excel file. Once you have downloaded all this data, what you need to do is like you need to open a CI file. And over the CI file, what you need to do is like you need to maintain this particular data. And same existing, in our catalog session, what we have said, like, there are some validation. In supplier ID, you have to put the Ariba network ID. Then you have to put the supplier part number. And there will be some other things also which you have to put mandatorily over there. So all those data you have to put within the zip file, and rest of the data you will be copying it from the purchase info record and you have to paste it over there. And then you have to upload this zip file where within your catalog subscription, then only it can be done. But for Ariba catalogs, Ariba catalogs will count it as a part of internal catalogs only. For them, it does not matter whether the data is coming from purchase info record or from pre-negotiated line items over there.
Okay. So if I understood correctly, basically we just need to manually put the price information while uploading that manual upload
CIF
file.
Yeah, CI file.
Right. And but in any case, we in Ariba we will not be able to knowing that price is coming from contract or purchase record, right?
Now on this part, generally, as I said, if the contract is active, so in that scenario, as I said, this is an exceptional scenario, and that what you have to do, you will be copying it as a part of active contracts in Ariba. So what will happen in Ariba, all this contract which is active in ECC will be created as active contracts. So that scenario will be falling under S2P, right? S2P over there.
Right.
But
Right.
this purchase info record, this will never fall under S2P. Why? Because you're not going to create a contract for all these line items, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to load all these things in zip file and you are going to create an internal catalog. So they will always be part of your local P2P process, not the S2P process over there.
Right. But the procurement request will always be from Ariba buying, right? And when you're
Ariba
placing
downstream. Yeah, Ariba downstream.
yeah, downstream. So when you are sending procurement request and you can see a number of items,
Yeah.
in that case you will not be able to knowing that whether that item fetching price from purchase record or contract, or whether while creating placing the order.
Yeah. Now this is a very good question. So to answer this particular thing, always remember purchase info record. There is no analogy for purchase info record in SAP Ariba over there. Why? Because in the source of supply section, what SAP Ariba understand is source of supply means either it will search in the catalogs through the internal catalog section, that's the first thing, or contract. Because after these two things only, there is no other things through which Ariba can understand that the source of supply exists. So that is why either it has to be S2B process or a local P2P process over there. So since you cannot bring all this in purchase info record through contracts over there, what you have to do, you have to put it under the internal catalog section. So it will be part of local P2P process.
Okay. Okay. All right. So my next question is related to GR process. So are you
Yeah.
going to cover GR process in detail in future session, or I can go ahead now?
Yeah, I will be showing you the GR process over here. But before that, let me, just understand, tell you all the things about the light enable supply and, full enable supply.
All right.
GR, invoice and invoice reconciliation. This particular things we have to see. Why? Because there will be some different functionalities which are present over there. We are going to see that. So what we are going to do is like in tomorrow's session, what we are going to do is like we are going to stretch our session tomorrow also. Today also it will get stretched, tomorrow also we will get stretched. So tomorrow what we are going to do is like tomorrow we are going to see the tax related configuration. Tax related configuration we will see tomorrow rather than today. These things, receiving invoice and invoice reconciliation, these three things we are going to see today.
All right. All right. Thanks, Manoj. I'll park my question for tomorrow's session.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Amit. Yeah, Venkatesh, can you please go ahead with the query?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Venkatesh, can you speak a little bit closer to the mic?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're clearly
Uh,
audible right now.
yeah. Manoj, can you go back to adding non-catalog item because I am having some queries there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
So if we add create means we are creating non-catalog items, right?
exactly.
So you told that the way to identify non-catalog and catalog item is supplier part number, right?
Exactly.
So, but supplier part number it is not made as a mandatory. So then system will not ask that information as a mandatory. So
No,
then,
no, 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 no. Supplier part number, see, remember when you are going to add the supplier part number in zip file, that means internal. Zip file loading means internal catalogs only, right? So over there, if you see the catalog validation rule, you will see supplier part number over there is mandatory over there. So you will immediately come to know if the supplier part number is present within that item. That particular item has been loaded from internal catalog only.
in case if buyer who he knows by over communication over phone, if we add a supplier part number, then as
Yeah.
far as it is very difficult to identify whether it is a internal catalog or
Yeah,
non-catalog.
that's also a very good question. But remember, first time when you're doing this thing, first time when you're adding this non-catalog item over here, huh, at that particular point of view, you will not know the supplier part number. Why? Because supplier will not tell you the part number over there. So once you have created the PR and a PR has been submitted, that means PR has been created. At that point of time, you will know the supplier part number. So at that point of view or that point of time, this non-catalog item is not a non-catalog item. Why? Because you have created a PR over there. So it will, if you want to, use this particular line item once again, it will become a catalog item. Why? Because it is present within the system in the database only. So that is why always remember, first time when you are adding a non-catalog item, supplier part number will never be present over there. It will be present after the PO has been sent in the ASN and all the or the order confirmation. At that point of view, supplier will write this is the supplier part number. From next time onwards, please use this number. So then,
So once supplier gives the supplier part number, once again we need to come back here and then need to add manually the supplier part number.
exactly. Or over there, what you can do is like you can raise a SR over there. You don't need to raise a ER. You need to raise an SR over there. Since you are going to say to the Ariba that, see, we are doing one-time procurement for non-catalog item, but after doing this particular procedure, what we are seeing is like most of the one-time catalog process, which is happening to the non-catalog item, it is getting transferred into normal procurement process only. So what we want you to do is like whenever the supplier part number is empty over there and supplier is giving the supplier part number from Ariba network, place it in the catalogs. So automatically it will be updated over there. But remember, the only condition over here is like first time it is okay, second time if you are going to use the non-catalog item, it will become a catalog item. So if your client is saying all my non-catalog item after my first time, if you're going to use it for the second time, it will become full-time procurement process, then only you can go ahead with this SR. Otherwise you cannot go ahead with this particular procedure. Why? Because in that scenario, if you're going to say, okay, for some catalog item I'm going to do this thing, non-catalog item I'm going to do this thing, and some non-catalog item I'm not going to do this thing, this has to be done through ER. Why? Because Ariba will say here your custom validation is getting added, so it has to be done through enhancement request.
No, I didn't get Manoj what you're saying.
See, first of all, supplier part number for the non-catalog item will be given by when? It will be given by the supplier in ASN or in order
Correct.
confirmation, right?
Correct.
So you're just going to raise an SR over there, and you're going to saying for non-catalog item, whenever supplier is giving the supplier part number, immediately update that particular thing within that item.
By
So
system.
what will happen? Yeah, in the system. That means bias system basically. So that
Okay.
means you don't have to add it manually. But remember here, what is the disadvantage which will happen is like non-catalog item is generally used for one-time procurement, right? So
Correct.
all your one-time procurement will become a full-time procurement. Why? Because right now supplier part number will be automatically updated and they can be reused every time.
Okay. Okay.
So if your client is saying some non-catalog item will remain non-catalog item, some non-catalog item we will make it as a full-fledged catalog item, then in that scenario you have to raise an ER. Why? Because Ariba will say here you are giving a custom logic over there. So for the custom logic you have to pay money. So that
No,
is why
instead of doing that, we can create it as an internal catalog, not through zip file. Once again.
again the issue is like the issue will be like what I'm saying is like, let's say after every 1 day or 2 day, what will happen is like there will be some 3-4 requests like this at least I'm saying. So that
Okay.
means each day the support consultant has to load this 3-4 catalog items each day. So what will happen is like the user load will totally increase over there manually. So that is what most of the buying organization does not want to do it. They want to automate the process over there. Similarly, now let's say if something is being changed, now let's say if the price is getting changed or currency is getting changed from euro to USD. Now in that case, you have to load or update the catalog subscription manually. That is a valid sense. But for just some missing data for one-time procurement, if you have to do it manual addition, nobody will allow that. Means most of the buying organization will not allow that. So for removing that particular thing only, use an SR.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Any other queries?
No, Manoj.
Yeah. Welcome, Venkatesh. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Venkatesh. Yeah, Prem. Let me try over here. Yeah.
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah. Now it is coming properly, Prem.
Okay. Sorry, and I think I've been moving between laptop and phones. Okay. So
Yeah.
I think a couple of clarifications on
Yeah.
the catalog. One is you've told one is an internal catalog, one is what do you call it? A
Contract
sourcing
catalog.
catalog, contract catalog,
No, contract
and then
catalog.
there's a punch out catalog.
No, not punch out. Punch out catalog will fall within the internal catalogs only.
Okay. So so which means that where I just go to the supplier and then search this one. And a contract
Exactly.
catalog is I need to go to the contract in specific and then
Yeah.
search the product.
Yeah.
Let's
And the
assume
third
if I
one
have
is and third one is non-catalog item. That means for one-time
okay.
procurement process.
Okay. So if I have a laptop which I have uploaded through the CIF process, right, and a laptop through a punch out catalog. So if I just search for laptop, right, will both the things come up, or will I have to go to a contract and then search for the catalog? Because an
Okay.
end user would not know whether how many contracts we have. He just
Yeah.
needs
So
a laptop, right?
basically
Yeah.
what will happen is like it will depend upon the feature which you're enabling. Now, if you want to see a central look at the catalog, now in our realm there is central look is not enabled over here. So that is why
Okay.
I have to go to the contract over there and I have to see contract catalogs over there. And for normal internal catalog, I can do a search. But if your
Okay.
client has enabled, or basically you have asked in a service request to SAP Ariba that please enable the central view for catalogs. So what will happen is
Okay.
like there you will get all the information, whether it's a non-cat, whether it's a contract catalog or it's an internal catalog, all the items will be appearing. Only difference is like you will see within a contract catalogs, the contract ID will be present, and within the internal catalogs, that field will be empty.
Okay. Because I have contracts with Dell, I have contract with Lenovo, I have contract with Apple, right? And I also have contracts with CDW who provides catalogs. So I am just wanting to give it an open to the user, saying whatever they feel is right, whatever is the model they want, they can
Exactly.
proceed with it. So they can just select the model and it will continue the flow, right? So it will pick up whether it's catalog or okay. Great. Thank you for that. Second is this confusion between source to pay and procure to pay. So source to pay means anything that is routed through a sourcing, then a contract compliance, and then a catalog is created, that and then a PR is created against that. So that is source to pay.
Yeah.
Okay. A procure to pay is where I already have an existing traditional legacy system. Let us assume it is SAP HANA or SAP SRM. I have
Yeah,
migrated all those catalogs in and contracts into the system, and I am just
exactly.
going. I know the product. I'm just going through that. That is a procure to pay, and it's not a
Exactly.
source to pay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that is why you will see the procure to process when I am will be talking over here in this particular session. I am saying local process. Local process in the term, it's only a local downstream process. Upstream is not getting involved at all. Upstream is only getting involved when you're using H2P over there. So remember, when
Okay.
you will go live at that time, at that
Mhm.
point of time, you will be using H2P. But your P2P, all the data in the catalogs
Mhm.
will be present at that time.
Okay. Okay, great. So now let's assume I have Ariba. I have Ariba as a client, and I
Yeah.
want to just do a renewal for Ariba, which I have
Mhm.
already have a contract. I don't need to go through the sourcing process. So,
Yeah.
and this is going to be a one-time activity for the year, right? It's a
Yeah.
renewal or a purchase, one-time purchase or a subscription
Yeah.
purchase. And I know
Yeah.
I'm not going to do this for the second time. Can I
Yeah.
do this as a P2P process for an existing customer, existing vendors, which is onboarded vendors? Can
Yeah.
I just go to the rather than going through the sourcing because my contract is
Yeah.
existing,
Yeah.
I don't want to create a
Yeah.
contract. I can just go ask a quote
Hmm.
and I fill in the pricing, and or do I need to do a sourcing process,
See,
or
first of
can I
all,
just go with the
first of all,
yeah?
you have to answer me a simple question that whether you're going to do this thing multiple times or one time only.
It will be multiple times, but once in a year.
Okay, once in a year. So in that case, it has to be H2B. So in that case, what you will do is like the contract which you have done, right? After every year, what you're going to do is like you're going to create second version of the contract, and you're also going to create a second version of contract compliance. So the new contract flows to the downstream. That is how things will happen.
Okay,
So you cannot do
because
local
I
P2P process for that.
okay, the reason I told you for the downstream, because downstream does not play a role, because this
Yeah,
is not going to be purchased the next time. Because again, it next time it comes
yeah,
up only after a year, and again at
yeah.
that point of time I need to do start from an upstream process because downstream is not going to happen directly, right?
Okay.
It's a revision of the contract, right?
Yeah.
So is it considered as a one-time activity, or is
No,
it
no, no.
where
This
which
is not
means
a
yeah,
one-time activity. One-time activity means like, let's say, as I said,
lifetime ones?
you just want to buy one item. Okay.
Mhm.
Once you buyed it, the end of the road over there. That means you're not going to
Okay.
buy that particular item
Mhm.
anywhere soon over there. Now, let's say after 5 years or 10 years, you decide, okay, I will buy it once. But that is like, very rare, right? Means like after
Okay.
5 years or 10 years, if you're doing the procurement, that is not the same thing. But here,
Mhm.
why I'm saying these things, you're going to do it yearly. So all this data which you're doing, this data must be captured. And that is why I'm saying that it has to be done through the help of contract compliance. If you don't do this particular thing, there will be a lot of issues over here.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Because all the data has to be captured within the contract compliance session over here.
Okay. The reason I ask this is because we have a lot of agreements, which is like a 3-year agreements or a 5-year agreements, where
Hmm.
let's assume McAfee or an antivirus or a source, any SaaS as a service or AWS as a service. We might
Hmm.
just get into a 3-year agreement with a
Hmm.
contract, unlimited agreement. And I know that we don't need to look at it for the next 3 years. And the second thing is
Hmm.
I don't want to open these line items for the public or the user so that they start requesting it, because there's no
Okay.
need for them to
Okay.
request it.
So in
Yeah.
that case, it's pretty easy, right? You have to prepare a catalog view. Within the catalog view, you will say these particular things won't be showable, right? It won't
Okay.
be visible.
Okay.
That you can control
Okay.
over there. But you need to use the contract as well as contract compliance. Why? Because all the data which you're changing, it should be captured somewhere. Otherwise, your audit people will come and say to you, hey boss, you are changing here everything, and I'm not getting the changed version over there, and how it is getting changed. See, if you do a one-time process in local P2P, this changing
Okay.
process will be there, but it cannot be linked with each other. So what will happen at the
Okay.
end of each year, you have to put some 2-3 guys who will be looking at all these transactions, and then they will be doing a what then
Contract
they will be
compliance.
doing a mapping, basically mapping they will be doing. Okay, this particular data is coming from where it has changed and where it is going. But contract compliance is very easy. Each and everything will be captured over there. all the data which has been captured from the first version to the second version to the third version, it will be captured over there. It's much easier.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason I say this personally, I don't know how much everybody will agree. For me, I know that contract compliance is a very good feature where I have a lot of transactions. But if the
Yeah.
transaction is one time, then
Mhm.
compliance becomes an overhead, administrative overhead for me, right?
Yeah.
I need to
But
go
then,
through so
but
many
then again,
steps because it's a one-time
Prem,
process purchase. Yeah,
but
yeah.
then again, Prem, it's once in a year. It's not a one-time activity. It's once in a year activity, and
Because
that particular main contract, you're going to keep it for at least 5 to 10 years. What you're doing is like
Okay,
you're doing a revision of the contract each year. That's the only thing.
okay. Okay. Yeah, might be. Thank you for that. Let me just get through this. It's I'm assuming it's more of a mind block for me, right? Because our system is that people raise a request and the procurement organization initiates a lot of this sourcing activity. It's not that the user initiates the sourcing activity. Might be that is the reason I'm finding this an overload.
Exactly.
Okay. So second question is,
Mhm.
we have a situation where for all capital purchases, we need to go through a capex approval system.
Mhm.
Right. So for example, if I'm buying a server which is X dollars and above and it's an asset,
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
need to get some pre-approvals from the finance tax organization so that it is capitalized, right?
Yeah.
And that right now is an external process, right?
Okay.
Does SAP have a provision to target that in case it's a capital? Might be I can provide some condition saying that value is more
Mhm.
than this, or commodity code
See,
falls under
Prem, on
these
this
two
part,
working
I'm going to
categories.
ask you a
Yeah,
simple two questions. The
yeah.
first question is whether you want to do the approval in the third-party software.
Uh, Third party in the sense, is it Ariba you're talking about, or is
No, no,
something else as a
third
third party?
party, something else, something else. Means like, say, as you were saying that approval generally happens in another software. If
It's an
I'm
Excel
assuming,
based process. It's not
yeah.
a tool. It's an Excel based process. Yeah,
Okay,
currently
so but ultimately it is happening in not in Ariba, right? In another
it is not an
software,
Ariba.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
basically, from that particular point of view, you are saying that can we do the approval process out of Ariba for this capex kind of procurement? That is your
Yeah.
query, right?
Yes.
Now the next question is like how much money your client is willing to spend.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
depending upon
Okay.
this answer, I can give you a straight yes or no answer over here. Now, if your client is
Okay.
having good money over there and they're
Uh-huh.
willing to spend at least 50,000 to 60,000 USD one time only, okay,
Okay.
so then
Okay.
it can be done.
Okay. It's a lot of
Okay,
customization.
no, not a lot of customization. It's basically Ariba is telling you, boss, you want to do customization, I will charge you a fortune. Okay, I will make my profit from there.
Okay. No,
Okay.
yeah,
Now,
I mean,
I
yeah.
think on this part already, Tanmay has given the answer. The same thing I am going to say to you. API. I think you have
Okay.
heard this particular term before, right? API.
Yeah.
Ariba
Yeah.
APIs, application programming
Oh, yeah.
interface. So what will
Okay.
happen is like Ariba will say to you, yes, you can do it. We will enable these things.
Mm-hmm.
You need to buy
Okay.
license for API. You need to hire one Java developer. Java developer will do all this mapping and all this, approval determination. And then Ariba will also make sure that the third-party software is totally properly integrated with the API. Why? Because the interface thing has to be done with the help of Ariba team also. So for all of these things,
No,
minimum
that's a lot
40
of.
to 50,000 USD will get spent over there. But remember, this is only a one-time activity.
Okay. Yeah. No, and okay. I think I've gone and got an answer in a different way, but yeah, I will just take that as an answer for now. So the second part is that we usually have a capex approval number which is used
Yeah,
for tracking, right?
yeah.
Which is equivalent to a cost center or cost code. So
Mhm.
can I use that capex number in the place of a project reference number?
Yeah, definitely. It's totally up to
Can I
you.
use
It's
that as a
it's,
number? Yeah.
it's totally up to you how you want to configure that thing. That is available over there.
Okay.
Even I will
Okay.
tell you. I think all of you will start laughing because a client of mine. I'm not going to take the name of the client. That client wants the plant data to be available while creating a sourcing project. Okay, so we told them that plant data is available in the Ariba downstream. They said no. So they said like we don't have any department. We also want you to create a template based on plant. Then what we did, all of you will be start laughing when I will say you the answer. We loaded the plant as departments.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. There's already always a workaround. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Why? Because ultimately client is not accepting the fact that it's a system limitation. They're saying we need this thing done. And if you say this thing to Ariba, Ariba will say we are not going to break our architecture. So this is the way we improvise the solution. Similarly, yes, you can also improvise the project solution in that particular way if you want to do it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for now. And sourcing, I mean, just coming back to that, when you create a PR, you're initiating a sourcing process. So that takes a different route, but that which means it is submitting a sourcing request, and that will take its own time, right? It will not be part related back to this PR, or will that get related back to this PR once the sourcing activity get completed?
Yeah, it will be getting replicated as a part of PO. So once you do the awarding and you create a PO, that PO will be automatically linked with the PR over there.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I think good for now. Thank you. Thank you. And sorry for all the confusion on the mic. Yeah.
No issues, Prem. Yeah. Thanks, Prem. And before we go to Pawan, I think Venkatesh is asking this particular query that yes, we have the approval process in Ariba. Yeah, you're correct. For doing this cost center based procurement approval process, yes, you have this particular option over there. But let me tell you why most of the time clients don't agree to those things. Because see, same thing over here, Ariba payment can be done in Ariba Pay. But why none of the clients wants to do or buy Ariba Pay? Because there is a reliability, because they have been using ECC or S4 HANA system for their payment over there, and that particular system is giving result for last 5 years or 10 years, and it is working properly. So that is why most of the client don't want to prefer. Similarly, here client might say, hey, the third party software which I am using, it is working fine. If I bring all this thing to Ariba over here right now, there might be some issue, there might be some problem over there. So even if we do a lot of convincing, even SAP Ariba will sometimes come and say, yes, we will do the convincing, but still client will not listen. Sometimes you will see the tax calculation which we are doing in Ariba, it will happen in a third party system. So most of the, I think, US based company, when you have raised this particular thing, you will see US based companies will be using third party based tax calculation. Even though it is much easier in SAP Ariba, they will reject it saying, no, I don't want to do it. Even though it is available in Ariba, I don't want to do it. Why? Because the third party system which I am using for last 5 years is known to me. It is pretty much stable over here right now. I don't want to move it. So that is the main reason. The reason over here is like in Ariba, it is much better. And when I'm saying the workflow approval in downstream, it can be taken on anything, commodity code, cost center, anything, guys. You can do it any way you want. You will have much more functionality. But pretty much after that, also client is going to say to you, no. Why? Because that is my stable version which we are having. So basically, it's, you can say like the client's mindset. Basically, they don't want to move out of their comfort zone. So that is why they will ask us to do it. And that is what Ariba is also targeting. Why? Ariba also want to make a lot of profit, and this is the way they can make a lot of profits from their clients. That means, in other sense, they're discouraging the clients to not use third-party system for any other thing apart from ECC or some other ERP by charging a fortune for the Ariba APIs. Yeah, thank you, Venkatesh. Yeah, Pawan, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, Manoj.
Yeah, Pawan.
So how we will know the PR is a non-catalog item, non-catalog PR or catalog PR?
See, first of all, internal catalog item will have supplier part ID. Non-catalog item will not have the supplier part number over there. So you can understand from it very easily that this particular PR item is from non-catalog item if the supplier part number is not available. If it is available, then you can easily say this is an internal catalog. And the third one is contract catalog. How you will know? the contract ID. If the contract ID is present, then you will be easily be able to say that is contract catalog item. If it is not present, it's an internal catalog.
Okay. My second question is, we are seeing ERS option in non-catalog item, right?
Yeah.
So ERS means evaluated receipt
Settlement.
supplement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Settlement.
settlement.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
That means what will happen is like once you do the GR, the invoice will be created automatically by the system. It is needed, it need not be created manually by the supplier or by the buyer.
Okay. Okay. That's it from my.
Yeah. Welcome, Pawan. Yeah, that's a good question over here, Venkatesh. Basically, once you do the cancel PR, you can basically you cannot do the cancel PR over here, Venkatesh. So what will happen is like, see, just a moment, give me a moment over here. That was the feature which we were calling as cancel PO. Okay, so when we will go into the PO over here, now once you click on the PO over here, here you can cancel it. Okay, so when you are talking about canceling over here, once you do the canceling, then what you have to do is like you have to do it once again. That means you need to go to the PR screen. Once you go at the PR screen over here, what you have to do, you have to create another version. Once you have created another version, you will submit the PR, then the approval will happen, then a new PO will get created, that will be moved. Now generally canceling, why we do it, so that that particular PO cannot be used by buyer to create any other references over here. That is why basically you can say canceling PO means basically deletion of PO only over here, so that supplier cannot also do anything over here. Yeah, similarly I will suggest that if you want to delete the PR, that you can do also. That particular option also you can do. Once you click on the, see, ultimately why I'm saying this thing, because PR will never go out of your buyer system. It will not go to supplier. Only the PO will go over there. So if you don't want the PR further to be used, then you can delete it over there. So automatically the PO will be cancelled and it will also be deleted over there. Okay. But if you want to change the PR, then you can create a second version of the PR, and then what will happen? A second version of the PO will get created, that will be sent to the Ariba network. So what will happen? The first version of the PO will be replaced by the second version of the PO. That's it. Okay, there is another query from Diksha. Diksha is asking, ERS only for non-catalog item? No, Diksha. Actually, ERS option is generally availed in SAP Ariba at the time of supplier creation. So when we are going to see the supplier load over there, we will see there's a thing called as ERS. I think next week we are going to see ERS functionalities will be available over there. So if a supplier is there, at the supplier level, you're going to determine whether the supplier is ERS compatible or not. If it is ERS compatible, there you have to give true value. If it is not, then you have to give either false or blank value over there. But remember, it is not for non-catalog or catalog item anywhere. It is for at the supplier level. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so guys, let us do one thing. Let us take a very small break of 3-4 minutes or 5 minutes maximum over here. Then when we will return, we will talk a little bit on the receiving, that means GR part, and invoice reconciliation. Why? Because those things are not needed too much, but still you should know how to do it manually, and you need to understand what are the different rules which are required over here and which rules are important over here. Okay, so let's take a small break of 5 minutes over here, guys, and then we are going to discuss these three things. I think that will not take more than 20 or 25 minutes. Okay, so be over here guys. Okay, yeah, thank you guys. Guys, are you able to listen to me? Yeah, thanks for the confirmation, guys. Okay, so basically receiving, how you can do over here. See, there is two way you can do the receiving. You can do the receiving within the PO also from here, or you can do it from the header level. But I will suggest, please don't do it from this particular receipt level. Why? Because this particular thing requires administrative authority over there to do it. Okay, and which user can do receiving over here, guys? Any guess? Ah, yeah, correct. Totally correct. Totally correct. That means any user who is having this particular role. What is the role? Receiving agent. If you are not having the role receiving agent within your ID, you click on receive, error message will come over there. Be ready on this part. So always remember this thing. Most of the time it will be done by the requester. Purchase, peer requester only will be doing the receiving over here until and unless there is some issue. If there is any issue, then purchasing administrator will do. And for the normal end user, if they want to do the receiving, they need to have the role receiving agent. Once you click on this receiving, there are few concept which you should understand. What are those particular concept? You can see accepted and rejected both is coming over here. Now, as I have said, quantity is equal to 6. Now, what I can do is like I can click on accept all, then what will happen? 6 is accepted. That means you are doing a GR for 6 quantity. That means 6 is your requirement. 6 has been supplied by your supplier and you have checked the quality, it is found good. Then you are clicking on 6 is accepted. You can do it like this and you can click on submit. But there are other cases also, other scenarios also. Why? Because sometimes you will buy quantity of, let's say, 1,000 quantity of, desktop. So if you take 1,000 quantity of desktop in one day, your place or the go down where you're going to store these particular items, it is not feasible. So what will happen? Supplier will say, okay, I will supply you in 3 lots. Basically, 300, 300, then 400. So in that case also, that particular thing can be done and you can also do partial receiving. So in that case, you can say 3, or you can also say 2 and you can do the receiving. Once again, also you can do the receiving until and unless the full amount is reached. So you can do partial receiving. And in this particular accepted case, whatever receiving you're doing, you can update over here. Now, then you will be asking me, Manoj, why rejected is there? Why rejected is there? Now let's say 6 item you have ordered, 6 item has came, you have found that 4 item is of good quality, 2 item is of bad quality. So what you are going to do? You are going to return this to what? Basically this to line item to the supplier. Then in that scenario only, in that scenario, close order will come into the picture. Now there is a misconception in close order with all the Ariba consultant. They will say that for any case you can do the close order. No, you don't need to do it. See, if you have ordered 6 quantity and you're receiving 6 quantity, by default your PO will get closed. Whether you're going to do this or not, it does not matter, right? So only in case when you are rejecting something, in that scenario you can click on close order. And what will happen in that case? Close order, that means supplier cannot once again send a PO confirmation or raise an extra invoice for it. Similarly, if ERS is also enabled, if you click on close order is equal to yes, so whatever accepted amount is there, based upon that particular amount only, the invoice will automatically get created. That is the meaning of close order. That means this PO cannot be used once again by the supplier. Okay, so always remember, when the quality of the goods is not good and you determine this supplier is also not supplying you very good item over there, you don't want to do any other step. That means you don't want to give any other chance to the supplier. So what you will do, you will click on close order is equal to yes. You will say I have accepted 4, I have rejected 2. These 2, either you take it back or we will make sure that it reaches you over there, and the final invoice will be based on this 4 line item only, not 6. That is how generally the receiving can be done. So always remember, receiving can be done for full amount. Okay, receiving can also be done for partial amount also, and receiving can also be done for accepted as well as rejected. In case when you're putting rejected, then only you can do the close order. Always remember this thing. Okay, like this you can do it. And whenever you're doing any activity, click on update totals and you click on submit. Now once you click on submit, what will happen is like you go to the PO, you will see the status of the PO is showing as received. Where it is showing? Here it is showing as received. Okay, so once this particular status comes as automatically received over there, what will happen? Your invoice will be automatically created over here. If your supplier is ERS compliant only. See, in most of the implementation project, remember, when you're going to do this thing in development, there will be a lot of issue. Why? Because in ERS things, you have to give all the other bank details over there. So generally, what bank details we enter over here, guys, for the supplier? We will enter some test data over there, right? But if you enter test data over there, there will be real-time validation, which will not work. So in development, you cannot test this scenario properly. This particular scenario can only be used with the help of production supplier. I'm not talking about buyer side, I'm talking about supplier side. So if you want to implement ERS and if you want to test the functionality of ERS, what you have to do? You have to take the help of production supplier, not the test or development supplier. Okay, so keep this thing in mind. And how we are going to identify whether this supplier is a test supplier or a production supplier? Any guess, guys? Correct, correct. ANID. So if it is a production supplier, it will not have hyphen T at the end. If it is a test supplier, it will have hyphen T at the end in the Ariba network ID of the supplier. Always remember this thing. Okay. So let me find a PR where the invoice has been created over there, and I will show you this particular thing. Okay. Let me search for the PR. Yes. Now see, this particular PR invoice has been done. Why? Because this is actually based on a production supplier. So this will get automatically created. Now, once you click on this invoice, first of all, generally in most of the project where you're going to do integration, keep this thing in mind. If invoice and invoice reconciliation both is not going to be done in ECC or in S4HANA system, then it is mandatory for you to click on approval flow. although it will be generated by the ERS, but still at least one guy from your procurement team and the finance department, this two level of approver is to be done mandatorily. Okay, so when you will do it, when the invoice and invoice reconciliation are getting created in Ariba only. Okay, at that point of time only you will do. Now the next scenario which you can see is like invoice will get created over here, invoice reconciliation will happen in ECC. So in that particular scenario, what will happen? In that particular scenario, you don't need to have an approval flow at all. Why? Because ultimately invoice reconciliation will be done in ECC. There two-way check, three-way check will happen, and then payment will happen over there. So you don't need to do any approval flow over there. So always remember this thing. Now, next thing is like, always remember each and everything for the invoice will come over here, and so will the tax. Tax will also come over here automatically, and you can see over here that in the lower right hand side, base amount is this much. Okay, and then you can see the tax also coming over here. It is pre-populated 93.99 euro. How it is coming? It is coming automatically through your configuration. Based upon your configuration only, this is getting added automatically. So more on this particular configuration we are going to see in our next session, that means tomorrow, how to configure this particular thing over here. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is like, apart from this particular thing, what is the status it will be showing first? So it will always come first in reconciling. It will be never be reconciled. Okay, that's the first thing. Then when it will become reconciled, when your IR document, that is invoice reconciliation document, will get generated and its status will also be reconciled, then only invoice status will be shown as reconciled. That means if the two-way check or the three-way check is successful in invoice reconciliation, then only its status will change into reconciled. Otherwise, it will show in reconciling. So the next query which all of you should be asking me is, Manoj, where I will see the invoice reconciliation? So you have to come to the reference screen over here. See, here is the reference. Once you come into the reference, see the reconciliation is coming over here. See, I have highlighted it. Here you can see it. So click on this invoice reconciliation. This is basically the invoice reconciliation, and you can see there is no exception assigned to you on this invoice. Why? Because there is no exception. That is why this is coming as reconciled and paying over here. That means everything has been done from invoice reconciliation side. But if there is any error, it would have shown over here. Now, remember this thing, guys. There are few other options which you should keep in mind. That first option is like sometimes some buying organization will say to you that, Manoj, I want the buyer or the administrator, basically, not the buyer, actually administrator, to change this particular invoice on their behalf, on supplier's behalf. Can we do it, guys? Yes, we can do it. So for that particular thing, guys, which role is required? Invoice administrator. Always keep in mind, invoice administrator. If you are not having the invoice administrator role, you cannot edit this thing. See, we are not having the invoice administrator role, so it is not showing us the edit point over here. Otherwise edit would have come. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, actually every client will say, if there's any exception, this exception can only be checked manually and it can be resolved manually. So which user can do? Now over here, most Ariba consultant will think that if you're having the invoice administrator, you can do it. Yes, definitely you can do it. But apart from that also, if you want to know the exact role, which is required for this particular exception processing, you should keep in mind that particular role. That role is what? That role is invoice exception processor. If you are having this role, then only you can edit this thing and you can resolve this exception. Once you resolve this exception, then only the status will be shown as reconciled, then paying it will be showing. Then your process will be completed. Otherwise, your process will not be completed. Okay. So always remember, invoice administrator and invoice exception processor, sometimes this has to be given based on the client's requirement, and then only what will happen, the proper things will happen over here, according to client's requirement. Now I think there is one question from Venkatesh, that can we see tax in PO? Obviously you can see the tax in PO. Why? Because see, this is the PO screen right now. You can see the tax over here, right? 93.99 euro within the line item. Okay, you can see it over here also. So always remember, Venkatesh, that not only for you but for everybody, tax will always get calculated at the PO level. And if you're using ERS, from the PO only this tax will flow into invoice, and there it will get added automatically. Okay, so whether it's automatic or manual, that particular thing you will be doing it in the configuration. Yeah, same thing over here, Venkatesh. That means tax type, the other things, it will get automatically added over here. Yeah, so basically those things will be based on what? See, when I am saying that, let's say within India, CGST, IGST, all those things, different tax component for GST, how it will get calculated? What is the basis for the calculation? So there, two things are the basis. One is the buyer who is creating the PR. There will be one attribute which is called as ship to address. So what is the ship to address? Buyer ship to address country and state. That is the first option. And the second one is supplier will also have their address. That means country and state. That will also be checked. So what will happen is, like, you will be configuring the tax based on from country to country, from state to state. Then there what you're going to say is like tax type is GST, and then you will be mentioning CGST is going to come, SGST is going to come, IGST is going to come over there, and there are different tax percentage you will mention over there. Then what will happen, automatically those tax type and tax component will get automatically added and the tax will be calculated. So that is how things will happen over here automatically. Okay, so keep this thing in mind. So more on this part we are going to show tomorrow, that how you're going to do the configuration over there, what things you can put, and that can also be made manual, that can be fully automated, or that can also be pre what you can say, you can put a filter over there, and let's say there are 15-20 tax type over there which have given over there. Within that you can mention this tax type will be shown and this tax component will be shown. So buyer, if they want to choose it, they cannot choose all the things, but some of the things can be chosen. That can also be configured within your configuration. That can also be done. So we are going to see tomorrow that particular configuration. But as of now, always remember, these things you will be depending upon your configuration, and this will always get added at the PO level first. Okay, yeah. So these are the basic things, guys. Always remember this thing. This is how the things happens. But anyways, in our integration scenario sessions, you will see invoice reconciliation and payment will always happen in ECC or S/4HANA system. And I will be telling you exactly why it will happen like that. There has to be some business logic behind it. Otherwise, if we do everything over here without business logic, it does not add any value. So we are also going to understand that particular value. Now, guys, if you're having any query on this part, please raise your hands. Yeah, Diksha, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, Manoj, I have two questions.
Yeah,
One is you said that if we are doing the invoicing and invoicing reconciliation in Ariba, then we need a approval workflow in Ariba,
exactly.
right?
Yeah,
Okay, I just wanted to confirm this. So this means that if one part is in our legacy system or ECC system, then the approval will be done in that system. Then
yeah,
in Ariba, you needn't do the approval.
yeah. So why? Because see, the thing is like once it is available, but once it is going, this invoice reconciliation is going into ECC, so it is editable in ECC, right? So there you can set that particular approval flow over the release strategy over there. But here, if we are doing both the activities, then generally we never put approval flow in invoice reconciliation. We always put it in invoice.
Okay. Okay, and my second question is that if the supplier is ERS compliant, then the
Mhm.
invoice will be generated automatically from goods receipt, right?
Yeah, yeah. So
And
in that case, ERS will be generated automatically once you do the GR. Basically, GR means receiving over here. Don't say GR. Why? Because if you say the GR, that is not the correct technical term. It is generally called as receiving over here. Okay.
okay,
So you always say when you're going for the interview, say the receiving. Why? Because sometimes I will also do the mistake and I will ask the basically the candidates who are coming for interview that what is the GR. They will also be answering, but that is actually technically wrong. So always say the word receiving over there. So yes, ERS means supplier will not create the invoice, buyer will not create the invoice. Invoice will be automatically created once the buyer completes the receiving.
so this would be done in Ariba spend management.
Exactly.
So can the supplier see this invoice? No,
Yeah, definitely.
they can log in into
No, no,
Ariba.
no, 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 no. Always remember this thing that whenever a transactional document will get created in Ariba Spend Management, a edit and not edit, a display only copy of those things will be sent to whom? Sent to the buyer. Sorry, sent to the supplier in Ariba network. So they can see
Okay,
the invoice. They cannot edit the
okay.
invoice. They will be
Mhm.
able to see it. Similarly, if you have done the receiving over here, so what will happen is like all these things which are shown over here, it will be shown to the supplier, but only in display format.
Okay, so supplier can also see the invoice that has been created
Exactly.
automatically.
Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, otherwise the issue is like the supplier will say, "Hey, you have done the receiving, you have done the payment, I have received the payment, but where I will see what amount you are paying based on what quantities. I want to see these things." So these things are
Okay,
taken care by standard SAP Ariba. You don't have to think about it at all.
okay. So if the supplier is not ERS compliant, then
Huh.
the supplier will use Ariba network to create an invoice.
Exactly. Now here comes a lot of fighting. What fighting will happen over here? Because supplier, let's say you have taken 6 line item. You have given 6 line item over there, right? Okay.
Hmm.
And supplier has given you 6 line item, and you as a buyer has rejected 2 line item.
Okay. Hmm.
Okay. Now if supplier is creating the invoice and if you haven't closed the PO, what will happen? Supplier will create a
Uh,
invoice for 4 line item. They can create another invoice for 2 line item,
okay.
right? So
Hmm.
basically buyer has said I have received only 4, 2 I am returning, and supplier has created 2 invoice for 4 and 2 line items. There will be issues, right?
Okay.
So that
Hmm.
is why most of the companies prefer to not use this particular thing over here.
Okay. Okay, Manoj, got it. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome Diksha. Just a moment. Yeah, Tanmay, can you please go ahead with your query?
Hello.
Yeah, Tanmay.
Yeah, Monish. So, like, my question was the way you explained, the whole changes, scenario. Like, for example, when we are making changes in PR, then what happens when
Hmm.
we're like the whole process then edited while maintaining the conditions. If we make a condition saying the edited field is true, then the whole logic comes into play. So
Exactly.
similarly, the same thing is there for invoice and invoice reconciliation.
No, in the invoice, you will not check the edit thing. There you will check the system thing. If the system is internal, means like it is showing Ariba over there, that means it's an internal system. That means
Okay.
this particular document is being created in Ariba. You can put the
Okay.
process approval flow. But if it is showing as external or SAP something like that, you will
Okay.
immediately know. Why? Because in the older version, generally it was used external, but right now in the newer version of SAP Ariba, generally they use SAP over the SAP ECC or something like that. So
Okay.
you have to put a check. If internal system is equal to Ariba, if
Okay.
system is equal to Ariba, then workflow you will trigger. Else, please don't trigger it. That is the condition
So
which is going to
changes
be.
whenever changes are made, this will happen. So
Exactly.
what you are saying is a hybrid like ECC and Ariba,
Yeah,
like
yeah. You will see that when we will go into the integration scenario, it will be hybrid kind of thing only. It's never a full time kind of thing. Why? Because
correct,
if you are
correct.
going to use the full Ariba over there, then then why you buy DCC MM?
Yeah, exactly. That like this was since first day only. Like I wanted to ask this thing because no one usually employs, complete end to end. Okay. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you, Manoj. So second question was actually, a bit more from the S4 HANA side. So
Yeah.
like I worked on S4 HANA, so there is no XK0 and all those T codes are obsolete now. So we are basically
Business
maintaining
partners.
one. Yeah, one BP number you can maintain several views for it.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah.
supplier and customer would be the same BP number. So in that case, actually, I'm going a bit to first lecture. So how
Yeah.
does the whole logic work? Because
Okay.
like
Now
you got my
that's a
point,
very
right?
good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So remember this thing, that whenever you will implement ECC with SAP Ariba, there will be a certain version for the RDS solution. And what that RDS
Okay.
solution will do, it will just create a supplier in the backend in ECC. That's it.
Okay.
But
So only for that BP number, there will be only supplier view. That's it. Okay. Okay. Okay.
no, I am not completed against it that way.
Okay.
Let me
Sorry.
just
Sorry. Yeah.
complete. Let me just
Yeah.
complete. So
Okay.
in the when you are talking about S4 HANA, now in the S4 HANA, what will happen is like once the you create a supplier in SLP, this
Okay.
particular supplier will be replicated back into S4 HANA as a supplier, as
Okay.
well as a single BP.
Okay, okay. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I know what is a single BP.
Okay, so
Okay.
basically single BP means what? You can have multiple BPs, right? Ship to
Yeah, yeah,
address, other
yeah,
things
yeah, yeah.
also. But
Yes, yes, yes,
Ariba
yes.
will only create one supplier with one BP only. With that is the supplier location.
Okay,
And if
okay,
you
okay,
want to
okay.
add other BP, that means other business partner for the supplier over there, you need to do
Okay,
it manually.
okay, 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 okay. Got it. Got it, Manoj. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so
understood.
always remember in S4 HANA, one BP and one supplier will get replicated. In ECC, only one supplier. That's it.
Correct, correct, Manoj. So last question, Manoj, I have is with respect to the STO scenario. So like
STO,
the STO scenario in S4 HANA. So during that we define, the
yeah.
whole like the plant is defined as buyer and supplier. So how?
STO actually, can you brief on this thing a little bit, Dharma? Why? Because STO
Yeah,
I have never heard. Maybe I have seen that particular scenario, I've done it, but I did
yeah.
not knew
See,
about that by name or something other name I knew about it.
okay. So STO is Manoj nothing but I'm talking about stock transfer. Like
Okay, okay. So
yeah, yeah.
basically, ultimately, you're talking about stock procurements, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Within
Now
the plant and yeah, yeah.
here comes the biggest shocker. As of
Okay.
now, SAP Ariba cannot handle in standard. It cannot
Oh,
handle stock procurement.
okay, okay, okay. Got it.
But
Okay.
I will tell you a workaround. In our integration scenario, I will tell you a workaround. Why? Because first thing first, this generally gets asked in the interview that Ariba
Yes,
can it do stock procurement? And if you say yes, then you're gone.
yes, yes.
Why?
Exactly, Manoj.
Because
Yes.
because the next question which will come is like how you will add material number. Ariba does not
Same
recognize
question.
material
Yes,
number.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so without material number you cannot do stock procurement. Non-stock procurement, material number is not mandatory. So always remember, standard SAP Ariba cannot take care of your stock procurement. It can only take care of your non-stock procurement. Then
Okay, fine.
if you give the two answer correctly, the third question would be how you will do it.
Yeah.
Let me give you a heads up on this particular part, that
Okay.
yes, it can be done, but you need to implement some body. So when there, that RDS solution will be there, right? CI9 solution you have to
Yeah.
download and you have to install it over there in ECC or S/4HANA side. So there will be
Correct.
some body. Within
Okay.
that body, what you have to do is like you have to write, means like you have to catch hold of a developer or a technical consultant. That particular person, you have to tell them to write some custom logic. What logic? That whenever a PO is coming from Ariba, okay, do a logic determination and pass on a material number, proper material number over there. Once you pass on the material number, then in ECC it will not throw an error. Similarly, whenever from ECC you're passing on a PO to Ariba spend management, make sure the material number is transferred to supplier part ID number only. Then only it will work properly.
Okay. Okay. Got
But
got it.
I think the third question will not be generally asked. Even if it is asked, the interviewer will not be expecting you to answer these particular questions. Answer why? Because these are generally very complex scenarios. Generally, most of the time, solution architect or module leads of SAP will work on this thing. So even if they
Yes.
ask this question, they will not expect an answer from you. But if you are able to give this answer, they will be, surprised, very much surprised over there.
Okay.
And remember, this is how we can do stock procurement. So remember, stock procurement generally comes where when your client is mostly production, manufacturing, high tech. So their direct procurement will come into the picture and their stock procurement will come. So this particular customization you have to do there. But if you're working in a service client, they will say, I don't need direct procurement. I don't do stock procurement at all. So in that
Okay.
scenario, this will not be used. So you can say that 70% of Ariba's client is service-based sectors clients. So they will not be using this scenario. But for the 30% of the client, we have to customize the standard SAP solution. This is how we can customize it.
Okay, Manoj. Thank you so much. Yes, I understood it completely. Thank you.
Yeah, more on this part, Tanmay, actually we are going to cover in our next sessions. When we are going to go into the body, then I will go into a little bit deeper. Which body is it? Which method is it? Why? Because you have to tell these things to your developer. Now, this
Correct.
question generally will not be asked in your interview. This will not be
Okay.
asked in interview. But when you're going to do this thing, you have to help your developer. Why? Because developer won't know anything about Ariba. So we have to help them out. So more detailed information on this part, we are going to touch base in our next week's sessions,
Okay.
not in this week. Like why? Because tomorrow we are going to see the guided buying and the tax configuration and little bit of data loads over there. Next
Okay.
week we are going to see the integration.
Okay, Manoj. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Tanmay. Okay, just a moment. Yeah, Amit, can you please go ahead with your query?
Yeah, hi Manoj. So Manoj, I'm coming back to my earlier query regarding
Yeah,
GR. So we do
yeah.
have some scenario for particular business unit we want to enable auto GR. So I just want
Yeah.
to understand how can we do that in Ariba?
So yes, you can do that particular thing. So for that thing, you need to have a kind of procurement administrator kind of role, and then there will be a thing called as code administrator. Okay, P2P manager. Okay, within the P2P manager, then there will be a thing called as receiving. Okay, receiving will be coming in two part. One is receiving by commodity, and another one is receiving by I think part number over there. So you can easily mention for this particular commodity codes. Okay, you can set up auto receiving. You can say manual receiving or no receiving at all. That you can do. But if you want to add some business unit or some other custom logic over there, then I think you have to create an enhancement request.
Okay.
Okay.
So can we manage this thing by purchasing unit?
Okay. Now coming back to the question, I will say even if you do it with the purchasing unit, so only option which is given in SAP Ariba is to control these things by commodity code. Now, commodity code generally, yes, you can link it with purchasing unit over there. But remember, that particular mapping will not be used while the configuration is checked. That means even if you link the commodity code with the purchasing unit, this configuration when you're doing for this commodity code, do the auto GR. This commodity code don't do the GR. Here it will not be checked. The purchasing unit will not be checked over there. So this will fail. So that is why I said, if you want to add any other logic apart from commodity codes for doing the auto GR or what you can say, like manual GR over there, you have to raise an ER.
All right. So what I understood that this configuration to set up auto GR or manual GR, that is only applicable based on commodity code, not any other
commodity code
field.
and supplier part number. These are the two things.
Okay. But we can't control by purchasing unit.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all on my side. Thanks, Manoj.
Yeah. Welcome, Amit. Yeah. Just a moment. Yeah. Saurav, can you please go ahead with the query?
Hey, good evening, Manoj. Good morning. Saurav.
Yeah. Good morning, Saurav.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. What about you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Manoj, I have a couple of general questions here, okay? Because these are some of the questions that were brought up during the interview, and when he tried to deep dive into it. So basically, start quickly, and I think it's more of a general. So start with the very first one, which says, whenever the PR get converted to purchase orders, right? So initially, do we have to make any kind of a configuration for PR to PO conversions? How does that work here in the Ariba, or is it already a standard format method?
See, first of all, you have to do what? You have to do some basic things. Like this is not about PRPO or something else. When you are getting this Ariba system, you have to do some basic SR configurations. What are those things? Basically, business function activation. Those things are generally called as parameters over here in SAP Ariba. Now we don't have access to parameters over here. Means like it will come in display mode, but we cannot go into the edit mode and change it. So we have to log an SR. Once we log an SR, what will happen is like automatically that particular SR, we will say that we want to do the procure to pay process over there. Please enable this procedure. So once it is done, they will enable it. Now, on the other hand, there's a lot of miscommunication. Why? Because most of the Ariba consultant think that for moving this PO from Ariba to Ariba network, they have to do some configuration. Actually, it is not required at all. Why? Because you will see there is not only Ariba will give you the Ariba spend management login ID, they will also give you one Ariba network buyer login ID.
Okay.
Right? That particular ID is more than enough for sending the data from your Ariba spend management to Ariba network. So basically you have to tell them that yes, once we receive this particular thing, we have to activate some business functions, and Ariba support team will link that Ariba buyer specific Ariba network to the Ariba buyer account, and then automatically the PO will flow.
So in that case, we don't have to create, basically like, we don't have to configure anything, right? Other for PO creation.
No. And apart from this, obviously, I forgot one thing. Master data loading. You have to load the master data. Otherwise, you won't be able to create the PR. So that is why you have to say that before you come to the PR screen, you have to do three or four activities. Basically, the first activity is the business function activation. Second one is master data loading. Third one is catalogs loading. Okay, and the fourth one is approval workflow. Once you have done this four activity, then you don't have to do anything. Automatically PO will get created and it will be replicated to Ariba network.
So how do we know which business function to use here?
No, you don't have to. You don't have. See, those are actually those are Java variable names. You don't have to remember this thing at all. Why? Because you just don't remember this thing. Why? Because I've seen some Ariba functional consultant, they are remembering this thing and they're saying, hey, Java Java code. So why you're remembering the variable name basically? So you
sorry, go ahead, please.
Basically, just what you have to do is like create a SR and you have to say, I want to implement the P2P process in my downstream. Please enable the business functions or parameter. They will enable it automatically.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, the BO creation happens automatically, right? Okay. So now again, another question that was brought up, like what are the different master data that we had in Ariba? One is the multi-master information, right? And the vendor master, and what else what other kind of master data?
Lot of things. Now I can give an example. Region, okay, regions, and then departments. These are upstream specific master data. And if you're coming to downstream purchasing unit, okay, company code, then GL, cost centers, these are all downstream specific master data. So you can say, like, because what will happen is, like, you cannot say everything. Why? Because there will be a lot of master data: plant, purchasing organization, purchasing group. These are all master data. You just tell an example like region and department. This is upstream specific master data. Similarly, if you are looking at downstream specific master data, it is purchasing unit, company code, GL, cost centers. Okay. And if you are asking one common what you can say, common master data, the one nice example would be UNSPC commodity code. That is common across both upstream and downstream.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. Okay. And coming back, thanks, Manoj. And coming back to the next one is, there are the question came to me. What is the difference between commodity code and partition commodity code?
Okay. Now, the thing is, like, first of all, when we will go into the data load section, that means next Saturday. So there I will tell you there will be two kinds of commodity code. The first commodity code is the UNSPC commodity code, which is used in SAP Ariba. The second one would be what? The second one would be ECC commodity code. Now, what you have to do is, like, you have to map this ECC commodity code with the UNSPC commodity code. Now, generally, sometimes what it is done is, like, within UNSPC commodity code, you will have parent and child, right? We have seen in the catalog hierarchy.
Correct.
Okay. So when I say partition commodity, it can mean two things. The first one is, we are talking about the ECC commodity code, which have been mapped to some UNSPC commodity code. That's the first thing. Or second thing, now let's say here you have not integrated your Ariba solution with ECC. So in that scenario, whenever you are partitioning it, that means you are separating one commodity code as parent and another one as child. That is called as a partition commodity code. So when you're linking, let's say, computer and IT hardwares, sorry, IT equipments over there. Now within the IT hardware, IT software, then IT accessories. So these three things are partition commodity code for what? For IT and computers equipment.
I see. Okay, cool. Yes, I had that guess, but at least I wanted to make sure. Thanks for that. So next question again here is, I have like 2 or 3 more questions here, Manoj. The other question that I had was basically, there was a question that came up was, like, about the user files. So basically the question was, how many user files do we have and how do we configure this? Was the question to us.
Okay, user file means like buyer user ID, right?
Yeah, I think that was specific to user files. So basically,
yeah, always remember this thing. So some interviewer, if they're asking query, if it is not clear, ask them back. Why? Because see, the thing is, like, we always think like, hey, we are giving the interview, so that means we are at a, what you can say, not in a position of strength. So actually it is not. So the thing is, like, we need to understand the question first, then we need to give the answer. So most probably I think the user means buyer user over here. Why? Because I am asking this because sometimes supplier user also is loaded over there. So if they are asking supplier user, then it will be totally different answer. Buyer user, if they are asking, which is generally most of the time used, that is different. Now, first of all, if this kind of question is generally asked, this is basically generic question, like how many user files are used. So there can be a number of user files. I will show you in the data loads, there will be some 4 or 5 ways of doing the same thing. Okay. So most of the time you have to say user and user group assignment. This is the major thing we use over there. What we do within the user group, we will write all the groups which is existing in your SAP Ariba system and some custom groups. And in the next one, what we will do is, like, we will create the user ID and then we will also assign the roles to them over there. Then we will be loading both this file. What will happen? Custom group has been also will be created from the first file. From the second file, buyer ID will be created and their role will be also assigned automatically from there. So we generally use this particular thing. You have to say it like this. We generally use this thing. If you try to say there are other files also we use over there, then what will happen is like they will have a time, or they will have an opportunity to grill you over there.
Okay. So because there is other thing, right? Currency, unit of measure, everything has to be maintained at the profile level,
Yeah.
correct? So
Yeah.
there,
So
that is
those
another
things, yeah. So
Yeah.
those things will be those things will be present within that particular file only. So that is what I'm saying. So there you have to create a user profile. Along with that, user role also will be there. So that is the major thing which we use over there. So you have to tell over there. But if you don't say this thing, what will happen is like then you have to say it for user creation. You will do user.csv, import user task over there. Second one would be import user profile extended options over there. This second one is there. Then the third one is user and user group mapping. These three things you have to do it in sequence. If you say like this, then what will happen is like they will start questioning you. Why this sequence?
Yeah.
Why not in a separate way? Means like what will happen is like you will give them a too much option over there to cross verify you, or very basically you can say to cross grill you. Don't give that option. You say this is how we do. We use user and user group responsibility over there. In the user file we will give the different user roles over there. In the groups we will give the groups over there, and similarly in the user file we will also be mentioning which groups are present for the user ID. So once you have loaded this particular data, this to CSV file, what will happen? Automatically our user will get created. That means buyer will get created along with the role assigned.
Okay. So, but this access is only given to only specific admins, right? Because here in the system, I don't see that
So
site manager user view.
Yeah. So basically, this thing you have to say that you need to have an admin right over there. So you will need the integration manager role over there. If you're not having the integration manager role, you cannot perform all this activity.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Good to know that. Yeah. Thanks, Manoj. Coming back to the next one, right? So basically, this was generic question, like, what are the admin activities that you perform? So basically, maintaining all those peers approvals and other things that I explained.
Yeah. So basically, you have to say catalogs loading. That's the first thing. Second thing is like PO approval. Third thing is like master data loads over there. Some of the master data loads you will see you have to do it manually. And the next step would be the integration configuration, both for master data as well as for transactional data. These are the 5 activities which is needed to be done.
Okay. So we don't do anything in Ariba network, right, Manoj? We don't maintain.
So on this Ariba network, now generally Ariba network we don't maintain anything. Why? Because in the supplier side, generally what we will configure apart from the number ranges, what we will configure, we cannot do much more configuration over there. But there are some requirement from some clients saying that, hey, I want to do the tax calculation in Ariba network. But I will be saying that if you're buying a Ferrari and you're driving at 50 km/h speed, why you're buying Ferrari?
Okay.
You can do the tax calculation and you're loading all the data from ECC in tax calculation in Ariba Buyer. You're maintaining all your configuration of tax calculation in Ariba Buyer. Then why you will use Ariba network? My simple question is this. Why? Because see, this kind of question generally why it is asked. So let me tell you, when some interviewer is having basic, means like they have only done 1 or 2 implementation, they are only going to ask the question which they have seen, only the scenario which they have seen. Now you might have seen some other scenarios over there. Now why I am telling this, because I have seen multiple scenarios in the project, so I can expect your answer and I will know that okay, you have done it in this way, I have done it in other way also. I have that particular knowledge. But similarly, any guy who has worked just 1 or 2 implementation project, they are always going to think the answer should be in my format, in what way I have done.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
So always remember this thing. Whenever you are putting an answer to any interview question, you have to tell them that see, knowledge of Ariba is the best thing, but apart from that, we need to have a business side knowledge also. So we will always make sure that anything which we are doing is related to business. If it is not related to business, then why I will do this? Now, let me tell you on this part, Ariba is still vast, and let me tell all of you over here, guys, that even I don't know 100% Ariba. There's still things which is coming newly over there. I'm still, learning those things, and I'm going to implement it. Why? Because Ariba is very fast. If you compare with is a small child in if you compare this thing with Ariba. But most of the scenario which we will see, that particular thing we should have good knowledge over there, and we should also have a business knowledge to implement these things. Otherwise, Ariba Pay, nobody uses it. Anybody can ask you a query on Ariba Pay, right? In the interview, they are going to say how you will do the configuration Ariba Pay. Then you're going to say, boss, in almost 100% of the project you're not going to use Ariba Pay. Why you are going to ask this query? You haven't done Ariba Pay, I haven't done Ariba Pay. You have just read some theoretical question and you're asking me.
Okay. Okay, good to know, Manish. Yeah. The last small question, two other questions. So initially you are showing the PR screen, correct? And in that PR screen, there were option basically in the PR screen you are showing about those fields which you said custom fields. Okay, you can easily identify that. Here in SAP, what we do is basically we press an F1, we'll see the SZ custom fields. Over here,
so you want to know how you will understand that whether it's a custom field or not. So easily you can do it. First of all, you don't need to come into Ariba and check all this stuff. You need to go to the connect.ariba.com. Go to the login with your client's user ID password. Then go where? Then go to the enhancement request. Within the enhancement request, you will get all your flex field over there. And remember, when Ariba will make sure that those fields are added, it would always have a CUS in front of it.
Okay. So, but in the screen it didn't show me, right? So basically,
no. In the screen it will not show. It will in the screen it will show the over here it will show what? It will show the field levels, right?
Exactly.
Here it will not show the main technical name of the fields.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Got it.
So in the technical field name, it will be having CUS underscore, let's say, purchase underscore unit 1 like this. But here it will be saying purchasing unit 1 optional.
Okay. Makes sense. And one last question is, there is something called split accounting, right? Are you going to explain that in next classes or like
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm going to explain you about the split accounting. Yes, that particular feature can also be done, but for that particular feature you also have to enable the parameter. So if you want this thing to be implemented, you have to raise one SR, and once it is raised, the SR is raised. So what will happen is like within the PR level, okay, the split accounting option will come. So that means one line item can be broken down with different cost center and GL combination. You can add it over there.
Okay. Yeah. Cool, Manish. Thanks. I think those are the questions for today, but it was very helpful. Thank you much.
Yeah. Welcome, Saurav. Yeah. So Tanmay, actually remember there is no custom PO type over here. Why? Because see, custom PO type means I think you're talking from ECC or SRM point of view, where you will create a custom document type, and that particular type is known as custom PO type. But in Ariba, see, there is no document type within PO. So if your intention is used to capture some more fields or something like that, you can use flex fields, and then you can say only in case of commodity code or some other combination, show this flex field or don't show this. It can be done, but you cannot create a custom document type of PO over here in SAP Ariba itself. Yeah, thanks, Tanmay. Okay, and I think there's one query from Venkatesh. Batch details in GR. Okay, so basically batch detail, always remember, Venkatesh, that if you want to enter batch details over here without a ASN, you have to enter this batch details in the comment section. That's the first thing. And if you want to capture the batch details within the system, not as a part of manual thing, so then you have to ask your supplier to create a ASN, advanced shipping notification. So in that scenario, what will happen? Supplier will create a ASN, and their batch will get captured within its batch field only. So once that batch is given by the supplier in ASN, that batch will automatically come from the ASN and it will sit in the PO in the receiving level. But remember, if you are doing receiving without ASN, as I have said, it's not a mandatory field, basically not mandatory document. You have to enter it in the comment section manually. Yeah. I think you have already given the answer. Yes, in the ASN only, yes, you have to add it over here. Yeah, all the things, expiry date, lot number, all those things, manufacturing date, it will be coming over there within the ASN. Then in that case, if your client is saying this is a important part from my procurement point of view, so you have to make the ASN mandatory for all supplier. In that case, you have to make this ASN as mandatory. No, ASN is very easy over here. What he will do is, like, as a supplier, he will just go to the PO screen, create ASN, advanced shipping notification over there, and there just you will add the ASN ID over there, and you will put all these batch details, and that's it, submit. It's the most easiest part over here. So that is why generally I try to avoid that particular thing. Why? Because it will be wasting of our time. Why? Because it's not much complex, no configuration has to be done from our end. So those are the things which we generally don't touch in our implementation. Yeah. Any other queries, guys? Validation, Venkatesh. Yeah. So validation, generally we cannot do this. If you need some custom validation over there, it has to be done through ER. Why? Because ASN will be created where? In Ariba network. It cannot be controlled from Ariba spend management side. So yes, validation you can do it, but it has to be done through ER, and that too in Ariba network. Yeah. I think there is one question from Amal also. Just give me a moment. Amal, you're having any query? Okay, guys. So I think we have already staged our session by 1.5 hours over here. So no issues on this part. So sometimes this particular sessions will get stretched over here. So no issues on this part. So what we are going to do is, like, tomorrow also we are going to stretch our session. Why? Because tax configuration for today's session is still pending, that we have to see, and I will suggest that is one of the most mandatory thing over here, guys. So please make sure that tomorrow also you're having some time when you're coming for this, keeping some reserve time for this session. Okay, so tomorrow what we are going to do is, like, we are going to begin our session with guided buying. Then we are going to look a little bit at the supplier data loads over there. Once this has been done, then we are going to have a look at the tax configuration. Yeah, thanks all of you guys. See, the thing is, like, guys, as I said before, this is going to be a what you can say, a teamwork. Okay, me, Eraj, all of you, and the BREs, we are working as a team over here. So sometimes this will require more effort from our side. So see, we have to give the efforts and we have to make this thing a successful. Okay, so remember this thing, we are here to help you, all of you out over here, but we will also need some of your what you can say, cooperation. Why? Because extension of time, 3 hours to 4.5 hours is quite a big session. But yes, we are here to help you, and whatever queries you're having, we are here to solve you also. We will solve that particular thing, no issues. But tomorrow also keep a little bit more reserved time in your hand. Why? Because tomorrow session will also stretch a little bit. Okay, yeah. So thanks everybody over here. So thanks, Eraj, for conducting this session, and thanks everybody for joining this session and attending this session. Tomorrow we are going to meet once again at the same time. Tomorrow also, guys, keep some more time in your reserve.
Thanks, Manoj.
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Yeah. Bye.